Oh boy. I hope this is working. Uh, I should have a new stream up though. Yeah. The fuck happened? Yeah, it really does. I think so. Here's the thing. I have a sneaky suspicion that it's my graphic card that fucking broke the system. Because after I did the latest graphic card update, the ARC update, my computer have acting up really fucking weird. When I go into a game, my mouse was really buggy sometimes, and I have a suspicion that they really fucked up this driver update. So yeah, I need to figure out what the fuck happened. Yeah, the drivers on ARC has been fucking like. I may get another graphic card. I'm not going to lie. I may get another graphic card. Because this is just not acceptable anymore. It's just sometimes it works and sometimes it don't, and it. Yeah, sorry. I forgot that it resets the volume. Yeah, I noticed that the music stopped playing in the background. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I thought I lost internet connection. And I was like, shit, did my internet crap out? And then it turned out it was everything that crapped out. So I think the Fedora update is fucked. Hey Arnie, what's up? So yeah, I need to check some things here. You guys can't see this because I'm doing it on my host system, but I need to see what the event handler is saying. The log system. There you go. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like I said, after I did the latest ARC update, my computer has been really, really weird. Like, really, really strange. So I think it must have been my graphic card that's fucked it up. And right now I'm just looking at some at my Windows logs. to see if there is any issues. And I can't find any. So just bear with me, I'm just troubleshooting a little bit here. System, did I even look at this one? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's not really saying anything here. Yeah, this is today. There's no critical errors. Yeah, it won't. It won't. You're right. But I do feel that it's a window. It's a driver thing. Yeah, I think it's. I honestly believe that it's a mixture between the new update, but it's probably because of the new fucking updates to Intel Arc. Which is really fucking irritating, because here's the thing with the Intel Arc system. Let's see if we can... it could also be... Hey, VMware just had an update. It's not out the realm of possibilities that VMware is the culprit here. That VMware is the reason why it fucked up. Let's boot up Fedora and see what's happening. Let's see if Linux can recuperate from this. But it's the first time that my computer, the CPU has been disabled by the Go code. Huh? Fedora VMware works, and the CPU has been disabled by the Ghost or guest operating system. Power off or reset the virtual machine. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, we did the update. Yeah, I think it didn't do the update. The CPU has been disabled by the guest operating system. Do we have a VMware issue here? Shut down guest. Let's try OpenSUSE. It may have fucking corrupted the VM. Yeah, it must have corrupted the VM. Yeah, but it's really strange. Like, I have no idea why that is. Again, I have a feeling it's my fucking graphic card driver. Oh, I love me some Crysis. Let's see if we can keep this up and going. No problem if my host PC is Linux. So that also means that I need to go in here and do something, edit in Studio, and no, I don't want to edit it. Go fucking back, you dipshit. Live. Am I making 2 live streams right now? Yeah, I am. So I'm just editing. Give me a second here. I'm just making the other one members only, publish. So this is going to be a 2-parter stream apparently. Close. Worst stream ever. Just give me a second. Let's do a thumbnail. Let's do the same here. Let's do live stream. Done. Save. Oh, at least I'm still doing... I thought I did the other... it's still doing the alter... Will it run Crisis? Yeah. Her. There's vents here. Here. Also, this needs to be called part 2. I hope everything is still doing its thing. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo-doo. Well, we are back. Yeah, I may need to fucking reinstall Fedora then in the VM. It fucked it up. It fucked it up. So yeah, after I updated my driver, in some games, my mouse was just totally fucking bugged out. Like, it was like the computer could not handle the mouse input anymore. It was like in some games, which is really strange. Even in games that didn't take out any CPU or GPU power. But that was after I updated the graphic card drive. So, yeah, the Intel Arc. So I've been looking around today. So I just ordered. I'm going to change my set my mic up here. Just give me a second. It's really driving me crazy here. There you go. It was starting to get loose on the arm. So I bought a motherboard. AM5 motherboard, Asus ROG motherboard. I could only get the one with Wi-Fi because the other one was not in stock. And I got 32 gigs of Crosshair Vengeance RAM, I think it is. Or was it Kingston? I can't fucking remember. One of those two. And I got 512 or 500, whatever it is, NVMe drive for my... OS drive. The next thing I need to buy is fans, PSU, and the CPU. So I don't know if I should go with a Ryzen 9 processor that gives me more cores, but they're also a little bit more expensive. But that don't really matter that much to, like, I can just save up for it. And I don't know if I should buy a new computer case or keep the one that I'm having right now. Because I could buy a new computer case. But the one I have right now, giving it, it's dusty as fuck. I haven't dusted it off in like a year. But if you give it a good cleaning, it's still a fucking nice case. Yeah, but here's the thing. If I have two computers, I have two computers that eat up electricity. And why do I need two computers? I'm not like... The graphic card for this one here, like the Intel Arc, is going on the new one until... because the last thing I'm going to do is buy a new graphic card. Because I'm probably going to buy a 3070 or something like that. Oh, no. So here's my thing. I'm going to buy a Synology NAS later this year. And use the Synology NAS as a backup and for both my computer and for... other things. That's also on my wish list for this year, to get a Synology NAS. But my thought pattern here is that if I buy a new case, I need to throw this one out. because I don't want to have it standing up here. I don't know anyone that want it. It's an old case. The only thing this case don't have that the new cases has is USB 3, you know, the small USB 3. Or USB-C port, sorry, USB-C port. But I don't give a fuck about that because my motherboard have 2 USB-C ports. And if I really need more USB-C ports, I can just buy a PCI card. It costs almost nothing. So I'm a little bit like, why not save the money on a new case and put that towards the CPU? So I can go with an R9. And then maybe get like a 7000 series AMD or a 3070. Oh, I do that in VMs. I experiment with Linux and VMs. I'm also wanting to buy a laptop at some point. I have a lot of fucking IT purchases that I want. This year, because I kind of want a laptop and then only use that for development. Only use that for development. So I may get a 3070. Because the 470 makes no fucking sense to buy that one. I don't. So here's the thing with the Mac Mini. They say that the new processor coming out from Apple, the M3, is going to be massively better than the M2. And we will probably hear about that at the end of the year. And I would feel really like I may get a Mac Mini anyway, but probably next year. Hey, Esnick, probably next year. Probably next year. I don't know. Because I looked at it and the things that I do on a computer. Yeah, maybe I'm getting like a... I don't know. I don't really like AMD's graphic cards, but... Yeah, I'll probably wait till next year to get a Mac Mini because of the rumors of the new Mac Mini. It should be like, some say 100% faster. Faster. You know, like 100, but I don't believe that the M3 is going to be 100% faster than the M2. But if it's going to be 50 or 60% faster than the M2, well, you can get a Ryzen. Yeah, no, it's not overkill because I'm editing videos, and video editing software, they love cores. The more cores, the better. And it makes sense. So I'm debating going with an R7 or R9. And an R9 is also good for gaming. But I need the cores for video editing. And if I put 64 gigabytes of RAM in it, I can run 2-3 VMs at the same time. So I can showcase, you know, more conveniently VMs against, you know, Linux distributions against, you know, Windows versions against each other in real life. You know, I can have one over here. I can have a VM here, and I can have another VM over here, and they will be running no issue whatsoever. If you're doing creative work, and if you are doing workstation workloads like virtual machining and stuff like that, the R5 and the R7 is good, but the more cores you can throw at it, the better experience you will have. Right now, I'm giving my VMs 4 cores. With an R9, I could give them like 6 cores and have no issue. And still have a lot of... have a good weekend. And still have a lot of headroom over for my host system and even running 2 VMs. Like, I could compare Linux versus Haiku in a VM, against each other without having to reboot the VMs or opening up a new VM. But yeah, I still want a Mac. But I'm also starting to think about why not just save up for fucking, MacBook. Because then use that as a development machine. Because I kind of want a laptop to do development on, and have that like a dedicated development. And then, if needed, I can take it with me to work and show some stuff off and work with it also. And I was thinking about getting a Windows laptop, but I just don't think I want to do that. I don't know if there's any R9s with integrated GPU. So Arc works really, really, really well with the Intel's GPUs. Dedicated GPU. So if you're doing video editing and stuff like that, the Arc and the Intel iGPUs, they kind of boost each other up, but only for editing. But if I get a Ryzen i9, I have way more cores, so I'm kind of less limited. And also, for that to make to be a thing, I need to pay for DaVinci Resolve, because without paying for DaVinci Resolve, it's not really utilizing GPU, other than for some few things here and there. So it's a little bit like, well, right now, DaVinci Resolve, unpaid DaVinci Resolve, is only using 10% of my GPU. And 100% of my CPU. So it makes no sense from a productivity standpoint or editing standpoint if I have an iGPU or not. Heck, it don't even matter what a fucking GPU I have to some degree. But it do matter how many cores I have. Because the more cores you throw at an editing machine when it's using 100% CPU, the faster and more efficient it becomes. But I'm thinking about buying like a second-hand Lenovo laptop, like a 16,000 Intel series, so it's like 4 or 5 years old, and throw Linux on it and use that as my development machine. And only doing development on that one. I don't know. Because right now I'm doing development in a virtual machine. And I kind of like that, but also the way that I'm doing it is that I'm doing something here at home, I'm researching shit here at home. Then I'm putting it on a USB stick and I have to take it with me to work, and then I have to set my work computer up to do it, and install the library, sometimes install some software to show something off to my boss. Where if I could just, say, oh, I was looking into this at home, I can just drag out my laptop and say, hey, what do you think about this? And then put my laptop back in my bag. So that's what I'm thinking about doing. And you can get them for like $300 or something like that. $400. Which is half the price, if not even less half, or more than half the price of a Mac Mini. And they would be way good enough to do Python and stuff like that. I think with me, the whole Mac thing is that I like the idea of having a Mac. But I tried it before. And I came back to Windows and Linux like within 2 years. I really only from 2008 to 2010 was the only time where I didn't use anything but a Mac. And even then I was dual booting with Linux and Windows. I said, because I just couldn't keep Windows and Linux off. No. No. I will not feel the electricity whatsoever with what I'm doing at home because my computer is running anyway. So if I'm doing, let's say I'm looking something up or I'm doing Python at home, that's instead of playing a game or instead of watching Pornhub or YouTube videos or Netflix. So it's going to take the electricity out of the wall anyway. And doing Python or researching, like looking at web pages, is taking less electricity than playing a game where the graphic card is getting ramped up and the CPU is getting ramped up and, you know, all of that fucking shit. So it could even mean that I'm, you know, hey Laura, I first started using Macs around that time and then stopped, and now I'm back using Macs regularly. Still rock the Intel MacBooks, so I can mess with Linux VMs. If you use, I hear the parallels and stuff like that is not parallels. There are some virtualization for the M chipset that has come a long way with virtualization with Linux and stuff like that. But I will probably also get an Intel MacBook if I'm going with a MacBook. So I'm thinking about buying either a second-hand Lenovo laptop or second-hand MacBook. But I already, you know, I already bought the motherboard and stuff like that, so I'm not getting a Mac this year. Maybe next year again, because I'm... It just makes more sense. I use VMware, but I still need the ARM version of Windows. Oh, yeah. I'm not also using VMware. I think no. You can. The ARM version can emulate x64. There are videos on YouTube where people are gaming. Playing Windows games in Windows under VMware on an M2 chip. And they say it runs really well. Really, really well. So you should be able to do that. You should be able to do that. But I can't remember if it's Parallels or VMware. Now I'm getting confused. It's one of those two. It could be Parallels. No, it's not for remote. I'm going to use my laptop to develop on. Yeah, I've been looking at T30, T430s, T460s. I've been looking at the X series, X270s and stuff like that. And by the way, Laura, it's fucking amazing to see you. I've been missing your beautiful face in here. I've been dreaming about you all day. I'm all alone. Oh, but yeah, it's nice to fucking see you. You always missed. I just have a feeling that if I go Mac, I will end up buying a computer anyway. Because the only reason why I'm missing a Macintosh is that I am... Well, I don't know why I want a Macintosh, to be honest. I think it's because my computer... I think, or I tell myself that my computing life will be better with a Macintosh. But my computing life is so centered around Windows. At home, at work, with my peripherals. That I'm like with Linux. I'm fooling myself into saying that, oh, my life would be better with Linux. And then after 6 months, then... You are definitely a cool kid, yeah. You kind of want a gaming lag. Yeah, the Legions are fucking amazing. You've been traveling a lot. That's amazing. Can travel to Denmark so I can show the world how fucking amazing you are here. We need some more beautiful ladies here in Denmark. Yeah, I want to live the Mac lifestyle. Hackintosh is not a thing anymore. You cannot run the in 1 or 2 years you cannot run the new Mac OS on a Hackintosh. Sadly enough. Yeah, I want yeah. Yeah, you're right, Anton. I want the Mac lifestyle. Like I want the law lifestyle. Yeah, but I want them. Yeah, maybe that's it. I want the Mac lifestyle, but it just don't make sense for me. I will. My next phone is going to be an iPhone, though. I don't give. I'm tired of the Android ecosystem. I'm really tired of the Android ecosystem. I am going to get my next phone is going to be an iPhone, and I'm probably also going to get an iPad. And I think that's how my life is going to be. That my handheld devices is going to be iPhones and iPads, and you're on your way. Hey, Laura, you can, if you come to Denmark, I will make sure that you will see all the fucking amazing places that we have in Denmark. So 1 or 2 places. But yeah, I will be your personal guide, and you can kick me around as much as you want, and you can put me in a fucking gimp suit, I don't care. I would be more than happy to have you running around over here. I think Macs make the most sense as a laptop. Yeah, I will agree there. Yeah, I will agree there. Yeah, I fucking love how we think a lot, like Law, but because you kind of giving you kind of the person, one of the people that comes in and say, you know what, this don't make sense, but this makes sense, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. But yeah, you're actually right. Macintosh are great laptops. They are great phones and they're great iPads. I don't know if they are great desktop, a great Mac Mini. And that's kind of the what I'm thinking is that, yeah, I want an iPhone, I want an iPad, because the iOS ecosystem is just way better. And even old fucking MacBooks are amazing today. They have way better fucking economics, they have better screens, they have better hardware, they more than likely have better battery lives and stuff like that. But they are a little bit on the expensive side. And I would not regret buying a Mac laptop. I think I would probably regret buying a Mac Mini and only using that. On a Sony Smart TV, yeah, that's a fucking thing. It would be even better if you were viewing my live stream on a MacBook Pro via Google Chromecast on a Samsung TV, because the Google and Samsung TVs are using Linux as their OSs. So the Google Chromecast is using Linux, and the Samsung television is using the Android or Linux in the back end. Depending if you call Android Linux, I don't, but some do. What's in Legoland? It's similar to Disneyland. No, it's a park with a lot of Lego. So they build a lot of shit in Lego, and there's like roller coasters and all that kind of fucking shit. It's an amusement park built around the whole Lego thing. They're great all around package. Windows laptops always have something wrong. Like a bad touchpad, bad speakers, not a great screen. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I really like the upcoming framework. Yeah, framework. I like the idea of the framework laptops. I just have a feeling that you're going to pay too much for that idea. That it's going to be you're paying out of your ass for a modular laptop, and let's be honest here, how many people are going to buy a new fucking Wi-Fi dongle or something like that for how many are going to update their framework laptop? Honestly, I believe most people do it maybe once, and then will just buy a new laptop, because you can't upgrade the screen, as far as I know. And what people mostly want to upgrade on their laptops are their storage, RAM, CPU, graphic card, and screen. Don't give much fucks about the Ethernet and stuff like that. Because you could just buy a USB-C or whatever dongle with better Ethernet speed. So unless you can upgrade your screen, RAM, CPU, and RAM, then probably just in the IT industry, like an IT department. Yeah, I can update the screen. Oh, you can upgrade the screen. Okay, that's amazing. Hey, Jan. Oh, so they are not that reliable, Wilson. Okay. Why did I close down? Laura's got me all confused today. Frame works. Well, I could make a dirty joke about what's up, Jan, but I won't. I'm refraining from making dirty jokes today, apparently. But yeah. Dave 2D. They just also have modules, yeah. You know that I will leave again. Well, this is my philosophy. If someone gets too offended over a dick joke, I don't want to talk to them. Dick jokes are funny once in a while. Well, modular laptops was how laptops was in the 90s and early 2000. Main boards, you can all apparently change everything. Let's look at the 16. I don't want to look at an advertisement. What can I configure it with? Let's just go with an 11th gen. I wonder how much it would be if I... Let's see storage. Let's just go with 500 memory. Let's do 16. No, that's just 1 gig. 1 stick. I want 2 sticks. There you go. Keyboard bezel. I don't give a fuck. Power adapter. Yeah, let's give me a power adapter. Extension cards. 1, 4, 2. One Ethernet. Okay, I like your dad then. So $1,000 for this little thing here. That's still cheaper than a MacBook Pro, though. But you can only have 4 in at the time. What game are you downloading? Also, Laura, you need to do more of that Diablo, not Diablo, Destiny 2 thingy. Oh yeah, it's probably better than most 1K Windows laptops. Yeah. So here's the thing. The Apple products will probably have better screens. The Apple products will probably have way better battery life. And they're probably also going to be way faster. And I've not chosen, a keyboard either. Let's just do German. Let's look at the Apple. See what we can get for $1,000. We want. What do we want? Why can't I get the fucking laptops? Where are they? Are they on the Macs? Yeah, they must be on the Mac. So we get the 2001 MacBook One Air, M1 Air. That's also a fucking great machine, to be honest. Like that's a good machine. But how much more expensive are the other Macs? Their store is fucking amazingly bad. Okay, let's do Mac. There you go. Go away. I hate pop downs. Let's do MacBook Pro. Or they just came out with. Yeah, so for $300 more, I would get this one. To be honest, like if I'm going to throw $1,000 away on a computer, you know, $300. Give or take. You know? Yeah, they get super expensive fast. But this one here is probably way faster than this one here. And you get a better screen. And you're getting better battery life. This is just a 13-inch. How big is this one here? This is a 16 if I'm not mistaken. Someone told me this is also only a 13-inch. Yeah. Like the build quality is probably also better. The electricity of these one, like keeping these up running, is probably also cheaper than the Framebook. But you're losing the expandability. Oh my god, they have a headphone jack now. And it's probably also slimmer. How thick is this one here? I do like me a little bit of thickness. Like slap that butt a little bit and you get some tinkly going on. That's always good. This I don't like. This is ugly as fuck. Like it's not a pretty computer, to be honest. It's bad. It's bad. I don't know, man. Like if I was out to look for $1,000 computer laptop, I would probably save $300 more up and just get a MacBook Pro instead of this one here. And we are talking 11th gen computer. If you're going with the latest and greatest, you know. Oh, that's pre-order. Let's go 13th gen, 12th gen then. Let's see, what are we doing here? System. Memory 16, storage 500, keyboard, power adapter. Oh, we need to do all of this fucking shit again. One of those. Oh, USB-A. Let's do 3 of those, 2 of those, 1 of those, 1 of those, 2 of those. Yeah, this is getting a little bit. Let's forget about this and go USB-C and go 2 of those. Okay, this is a little bit less expensive. Bring my own. But I think that's because we have not chosen a fucking CPU yet. Like, if you put $700 on top of this one here, like we are way over $1,300. It's only when I'm doing this. And I'm getting an i5. And then we are going to stack this one up here. $1,000 Chromebook. It would be a big fucking Android tablet with a keyboard on it. Choose an option. Let's do German. German. And then let's do 4 of these. Wink. Let's do 2 to compare to the MacBook. But the MacBook would definitely be faster than this one here, because this is only an i5. How many fucking ports does this sucker have? It has 2 USB-C FireWire, so that's the same that we're going with. Okay, they want us to order 4, so let's do 2 display ports. Okay, it's getting... Yeah, it's still about a little over $300 more for this one. I will still probably get this one, though. They do have a Chromebook, don't they? Yeah, a dongle. And it's a fun debate, because a lot of people, they get really confused when they see only 2 ports on a laptop. But you have to understand, when you're looking at a motherboard, every USB on your motherboard is not connected to its own lane directly into the CPU. You may only, like, all the peripherals you have behind your motherboard, they may only be on 1 USB lane or 2 USB lanes. So instead of having a dongle on your motherboard, the dongle is just your I/O in the back end. That's your dongle. It's functioning in the same way. That's why sometimes if you have a lot of peripherals that take a lot of power on your motherboard, and one of the peripherals is not working correctly, and then you're changing it over to another USB stick or USB port, is now working. That's because now you're going over to another USB lane. And depending how expensive your card is, you have more or less USB lanes to deal with. Because the CPU also have to handle, PSI lanes and all of those other things. So it will not be like, if you looked at your motherboard, you may only have 2 USB lanes anyway. You just have more, the dongle is just soldered onto the motherboard instead of being something that's flopping around. Yeah. Lenovo's laptops still use dongle or docks. It's still heavily used in a professional environment. Oh yeah, for fuck's sake, Laura. I need to talk to you one day, because I'm doing a lot of shit with like a HP printer at work. And I need your expertise. I need your mind. To probe it like a good little alien. Because it's a really fucking weird machine. Also, I've been dealing a lot with these suckers here. These fucking suckers here. I've been installing and setting a lot of those up the last couple of months. They're not that bad, but they're still weird. label printers, they are fucking weird. They are really strange. Really strange. Dark theme, there you go. I want it dark. Yeah, these are really fucking strange, man. And the software that is being used to manage these fuckers. Like think back to Windows 95 and stuff like that. Well, it's just the way they work. The way that they are, like I said, the some of the software that you use to interact with them looks like top of the fucking line, you know, like it was built yesterday. And then other softwares, like, have they not updated this since 1998 or something like that? But you need to do it to configure some aspects of the printer, and it's a really and also the way they work, like when they fail, it's like it's hard to explain. They can have really weird issues, and then when you have to troubleshoot them, it's just like, what is going on here? And then you need one software to do one thing and another software to do another thing, and then the software needs to talk together, and it's like anything corporate, I think. Because if you go in and do barcode scanners can also be a fucking mess to deal with. Oh my god, I had a lot of issues with those. Setting them up and beep, 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 boop, beep, beep, bing, bong, ding, dong. Okay, now it's working. Oh, we forgot to have a suplex on. Oh, beep, bop, boop, boop, boop. Scanner sits on a fucking barcode to get it to work. Troubleshooting everything. The paper, the machine, the firmware. It's convoluted. I can't explain it. Like, this button here. I don't know if you can see it if I open it in a new window. Open image in new tab. Oh, that's probably not a good idea. This one here. I need a good high-res picture of this sucker. Where do we have it? So this button here, you can do anything with that button, depending on how many times you hold it, how long you hold it down, how many blinks. And then there's like, hold it down for X amount of blinks, take it off, wait for X amount of blinks, hold it down for X amount of blinks, take your finger off and wait for another blink, hold it down for another certain amount of blinks, and then it's doing something in the back end. Like, it's like doing Morse code or something. It's like really fucking, like, it's like you have one button to do everything. So imagine everything that you could think about a printer needs to do, you could do with one button. And to do that, that's a combination of how long you hold it down and how long you don't hold it down and when you hold it down again. And you do that if the software cannot really work with it or communicate with it. You have to do it that way. And then sometimes you can use the software, and depending on what fucking what part of the machine that you want to configure. So you just want to install it and set it up from like an end user standpoint, you know, margins and what kind of paper it's printing out and whatnot. That's kind of easy. But when you're going into like the whole server side of it, like if you're connecting it to a network and stuff like that, you are talking now, you're using software that looks like it was coded in 2000 or 1998 and never been looked at ever since then. And it's just as janky and jerky and whatnot, and then you're doing a mix of those three softwares. So you're messing around with like the easy front end setting up, and then you're messing around with the server side setup, and then you're going over and plinking and plopping your way like you're getting a fucking seizure looking at it. And the fun part is that if I don't have a laptop, I honestly believe with the work I do, I should fucking have like a really, really low tier laptop sometimes at work. So I have to run from one end of the fucking workplace to the other end to check a software, then to check a printer, then run back to check the software again. Then run over and then do some plinking, dinking, danking on the machine, then go back to my fucking station and see what's happening. No, it's all about plinks. So you may hold it down for one plink and it will print out a configuration sheet. If you hold down for 2 plinks, it will do something else. If you hold down for 4 plinks, leave it up till it turns amber or something like that, and hold down for 1 plink, you reset the network, I think it is. If you hold down for 2 plinks, leave it off till it turns amber, hold it down for 3 plinks, leave it off till it turns amber, hold it down for 4 plinks. You get the fucking idea here. And then you forget how many plinks you hold it down and you have to start all over again. Fucking mess, man. It's just strange. It's just fucking strange. But when they work, they are quite good machines. And then if we go into like their barcode scanners, fuck. Oh god. You know, their barcode scanners. The way you set them up is that you're basically just scanning a shit ton of barcodes. So they have a reset here, factory reset, and you know, auto enter, then you click these sequence here. Dick. So depending on what it has to do, where it's standing, what fucking key, because a barcode scanner is just an emulated keyboard. But when you're scanning this here, it's outputting the same as you were pushing down a keyboard. It's keyboard signals it's sending out. So, depending, do you want it to ignore caps lock? Do you want it to be automatically upper or lower cases? Do you want it to be auto ends or blah blah blah? What fucking language do you want it to output in? So you're like, bling bling, you're coding. You know, you're scanning one fucking after the other of these things here. And then it didn't read correctly the third one, and you have to start all over again, reset, bing, and then beep 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 beep, and it's like, then it's like beep 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 ding ding beep, and it's making all these kind of noise. You're just like, oh fucking hell. And then you can turn off the noise, but then you don't know if it's read the configuration correctly. Like, trust me, barcode scanners. I set up like 30 barcode scanner one day, so they just can take them off the shelf and use them. Maybe not 30, maybe 10. I was 20 to 30 barcode scanners, and all of that fucking beeping. I had to scan. Let's see, about 10 codes in, 10 of these things in here to set it up correctly, and it took me a little bit over an hour, and they were beeping, because then you do beep. Beep, and then you have to wait for a certain tone of beep. So this one here gives you one tone of beep, this gives you another tone of beep, and this gives you like a little melody. Then okay, now you know that it's correctly done. Then you beep in like a suplex or something like that. It gives you some different fucking beep signals. So you scan. This is factory reset, but you scan like let's just pretend this is setting up. The keyboard. So you scan, okay, I need a German keyboard or whatever. You scan this one here. And then it gives you another amount of beep to tell you, okay, I have now read in the keyboard. And also, you cannot do them in random order. Sometimes you have to do them in the correct order for it to work. It's really fucking strange. Like, you're sitting with, I have a piece of paper that I printed out to set them up to the way that the company wants them. And it's just like page 1, beep, 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 page 2, beep, 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 and then you have to wait for the correct beep to come after you scan the code. So it's basically, so it's telling you if it didn't read the code correctly. It has like an arrow beep sequence, and it will probably also blink red. Or if it's, like now I'm open, so if you want to scan in like the suplex here, this one here will basically give you a beep that says, okay, I'm ready for you to now give me this code here. And then you scan this one in, and it's like, then it's giving you a normal beep. Then you're scanning this one in here, it's giving you like a little sequence of beeps to tell you that it's completed successfully. This is how barcode scanners works. That's the technology of barcode scanners is old. This is nothing new. This is how they work. They are configured via barcodes. So if you look at it like this, you use a barcode to open the programming memory. Then you're using other barcodes to put data into that programming memory. Then you're using a third barcode to lock that memory. It's just how they work. It's how they build. And some barcode scanners you can do it via software. But it's probably some, these kind of peeps here that cost an arm and a leg. And they are not, like, this is the other thing. Where the fuck? They are not cheap. Like this one here. This is one of the ones that they are using at work. It costs 300 AU dollars. So about 250, something like that, US dollars. Just for this one fucking here. Like, they are not cheap. So if you want the ones that have all the programming fidelities and all that, like someone like this one here, where you probably do everything by software. We're probably talking thousands of dollars. This is an Android barcode scanner, so you can probably do a shit ton with this one here. Well, how much does this cost? Yeah, we are talking $2,000+ for this here. Like, you have to remember, one thing you always have to remember, anything built to be used in a production environment or in a shop or any industry whatsoever, what you think it would cost if you were to buy it as a consumer, double or triple that. So if you're buying a monitor for $1,000 at home and you're like, I'm getting a fucking amazing monitor, for $2,000 or $3,000 you may get like a crappier version of that, but has the industry requirements. Because what you pay for is durability, service, functionality. When they're buying this one here, they kind of expect that you can throw it into the fucking sun and it's not going to break. If you're making it for a consumer, just have to fucking, work for 2 years. This one here, if you take a little bit care of it, can probably outlast you to some degree. Like, if you're buying a monitor that's like, this is like a meant to be used in a production facility and stuff like that, they are using components that cost 2-3 times more than you have in your monitor at home. Like capacitors, PCB designs and stuff like that. And you're also paying for the service in a lot of instances. Like, they have extended service on them, so if things goes wrong and whatnot. And it's really easy to think that, okay, if I buy something for $1,000, well, a company don't have to pay taxes on it, so they give it for like 50% or something like that. No. They are overpaying for everything. This one here. These are the ones these one here. I just set up 20, 25 to 30 of these. They cost $300. $300 each. And that's without the stand and shit like that. $300 fucking dollars. And this is probably, normally they will cost the same as a Mac Mini, entry level Mac Mini. That's the normal price for them. And we have like 20 or 30 of those just in a big fucking cardboard box laying in an inventory system that I just set up a couple of weeks ago. But here, again, this one here, you can probably, tie it behind your car and drive into town and home again, and it will still work. It's it's fun and it's strange how big of a difference there is between consumer electronics and industrial electronics. They're just not built the same. Like, if you can get a monitor that is purposely built for a production facility and stuff like that, you are getting a really doable monitor. You're probably not getting the best refresh rate. Probably 60 hertz. And the display technology is probably not the same as what I have on my crappy 1440p monitor. But it will probably outlast any of our monitors in harsh conditions. Really easy. And that's what you're paying for. We also have some of these down there that I'm messing around with. This one here, we also have some one-off. These cost like $160 used. We actually have a lot of these also. Fan are so much more reliable, powerful inside. Yeah, it's most things. So there's some things that you have to remember if you're buying industrial stuff, is that they don't care much about noise. They really don't care much about noise. That's why when you're looking at servers and you see someone, reviewing a server and they turn it on and it sounds like a fucking, attack helicopter is flying over their head. They don't give a fuck about noise. They don't give so much a fuck about easy repairability. Because there's some fucking nerd somewhere that gets a lot of fucking money to repair that. So he better work for his fucking money. To some degree, they don't care much about end user usability. So it's like, okay, this is good enough. Like Linux. It's a lot like Linux. It's like, this works, it's good enough, so we leave it as it is. Where if you present it like a grandmother or something like that, like a consumer with that paradigm, they would be like, why? We need it to be more useful, more intuitive and stuff like that. They don't give so much fuck about that because, oh, you're just taking a lunch break to get like a course on how to use them and that's it. I would say the last 15 years or 10 years or 5 years, the trend has become a little bit better with making things more usable. And they also tends to be behind. And you see that with Linux also, that, that's why Red Hat Linux is using, in quotes, outdated software, because they don't use anything unless they know that it fucking works. They don't use things in this one here unless they know that this is going to work with some idiot throwing it around and sucking on and then shoving it up their ass and dragging it to the floor and scanning 10,000 fucking barcodes a day with it. So they tend to use, last generation's technologies because it's been tested, thoroughly tested, and they test them themselves, they validate it. I've always been fascinated by real enterprise hardware. Yeah, and it's like looking at a garbage truck or a, like a big fucking semi and stuff like that versus looking at your family saloon car or looking at a Lamborghini or Ferrari. Where, yeah, your family saloon and the sports cars, they have a lot of fucking amazing new technologies and bells and whistles and stuff like that. But if you're looking at your fucking Mack truck or your International or Volvo trucks or, or your garbage truck and stuff like that, they will probably still be driving around with that fucking Lamborghini barely can go over the fucking the sidewalk anymore. Because, yes, it's old technology. Yes, it's less efficient and less fast. But it fucking built to last. And that's the same with like enterprise hardware. Like if you look at server racks and stuff like that. And that's also why I'm like, when Linux people are like, oh, well, Linux is used on servers, so we should be using it as home computers. You do know that that just because a server have a fucking motherboard don't mean that it's the same as what you have at home. There are, when we are talking servers here, there is so much technology going into, let's do like a server motherboard. You know, when we look at these kind of things here, there are so much stuff going in, technologies and whatnot going in to make sure that everything on this motherboard can run 24/7 with no fucking issues. And a lot of that error correcting, monitoring, and all that fucking shit we don't have at home to the same degree. So this is built way differently than your motherboard than you have in your computer right now. Yes, you have RAM slots. Yes, you have PCI slots. Yes, you have CPU slots. But that's kind of where the similarities goes. Yeah, you have some connections here that you can identify. But the controllers, the chipset controllers, the capacitors, and all that fucking shit. No, this is not like two computers in one. This is one computer. This is one computer. This is probably what could probably be used as a virtual machine deployment server or a file hosting server and stuff like that. A web deployment server hosting. Like, so if you're buying like a, let's say a Linode Linux instance, this one could be running it. So think when you see stuff like this, it's when we're talking server, you got two CPU slots, yeah, but that don't make it two computers. Back in the 2000s, people thought that the future was we're talking consumer electronics. From let's say 97 to like 2003 or 4, thereabouts, there was a lot of people that thought this here was the future for consumer motherboards. You know, because we didn't have many CPUs with many cores. So to get more cores, to get more efficient workflow and stuff like that, that's why multi-threading was a thing back then, or started to become a thing. Because they thought that, well, consumer electronics will go the server route and get more physical CPUs. But then Intel did their whole Core 2 Duo, and AMD did their whole hyper-threading things and stuff like that. So consumer electronics and server electronics got away from this until one. But the thing with servers is that if we need, let's say, 5 cores or 6 cores at home, they need 30 cores. You know, they need a lot more cores to serve a lot more VMs and stuff like that. So this here is like, this is one computer serving one thing. Like I said, this could be a perfect motherboard with, you know, all of these RAM here and peripherals to serve as a container computer, a virtual machine hosting computer and stuff like that. You know, connect this to like a NAS or SAS, you know, storage array to when you are going to buy a instance of a Windows or Linux instance for a web server and stuff like that. It's being hosted by probably this motherboard. The CPU and RAM is being taken from this motherboard here. Yes, Linus Tech Tip made videos about gaming on a server motherboard. It's not that doable though. It's really, really difficult, but it can be done, yeah. Like if you wanted, like let's say a NAS at home, like you want to run Proxmox and stuff like that, this here would be the fucking chef kiss to you, man. You would be like, if you want to run Proxmox and run a lot of virtual machines on that Proxmox and stuff like that, your nerd boner would be like poking you in the eye when you see a motherboard like this here. You would be like, I fucking need this and I need it now. Because the more cores you can run, or you have, the more RAM you have, the more containers and the more virtual machines you can run at the same time. And then you connect this with like a storage array, a NAS array, and stuff like that to host all the files on. The server technologies are fucking amazing technologies, man. It's a... the way we think about networking on like a hobbyist and like a home computer way, and the way we think about computing, you can throw that out of the fucking window when you go into server farm. Some things are the same, and you can use a lot of things, you know, with each other, but it's also massively different at the same time. So you could have like a rack that's only this here with like one fucking, you know, NVMe that has the OS on it, and then you could have like a storage array that have like thousands of terabytes that this server is talking to. So it's basically two computers talking to each other. So let's say again you're buying a Linux instance on a computer that's 4 core, 8 gigs of RAM. So it's taking 4 cores of one of these CPUs and 8 RAMs of one of these sticks, and then let's say 20 gigabytes of the other server. And that's on your end, you see one computer that has X amount of CPU cores, X amount of RAM, and X amount of storage. But in reality, you could be talking about two different servers. One is hosting the CPU and RAM, and the other one is hosting the storage. And then there's all kind of different configurations on top of that also. And again, oh well, Linux is run on the server. Yeah, but is this how you run your computer? Are you having one computer? Are your computer one computer that has RAM and CPU, and then you have another computer that is dedicated to storage delivery? No, at home everything's crapped into one. Expensive, you can get like servers. They fucking cost them like what? Can we see what this? Let's see what does this server motherboard cost. It's a Gigabyte global server motherboard. Let's see if we can figure out what the. What is the model number? Here. So let's do this one here. And search. You can't even fucking find it. So here, 13 gigs of RAM, or 32 gigs of RAM, cost up to $1,000 for this one here. You can actually buy a lot of these motherboards. So this motherboard here costs $850. This is more like a workstation, if you ask me. I don't know if they have a price on it. Yeah, request a quote. You probably have to buy like 10 of these or something like that. Yeah, I will not be surprised if like you're paying like thousands of dollars for this fucking motherboard. I would not be surprised. And here you have to pay. You have to buy at least 3 to get this motherboard. So that's like almost $2,500 because you need to buy 3 of them. It's it's just fucking mental, man. It's like, oh fucking hell, man. Like, let's just look at like an old Dell server. Like an old Dell server. Old Dell server. I'll go in here and be shopping here a little. So this one here is €1,000. Oh well, €600. And this could be used as it's a 2 times Intel Xeon, 32 gigs of RAM, up to 8 hard drives. Oh, we have all the specs down here. Yeah, up to 8 hard drives. It's a 1 rack IU, so you can probably use this. Would probably be a good NAS server, maybe a good Proxmox server. You're paying close to 1,000 euros for it, or 600-700 euros. Yeah, hello AI robot. Me not speaking to you today. Me not horny enough. But you are getting a 5-year warranty. And it's only running 2.4 gigahertz. But yeah, this is a refurb still server. This would be an amazing Proxmox server, NAS server. Yeah. Go sleep, Wilson. But this is noisy as fuck. If you ever get to talk to Christian, he has like a home lab. Ask him about how he managed the noise. People are putting noise damping foam into their home labs and shit like that to just deal with the noise. They're buying Noctua fans to put into the server, replacing the server fans, just to somewhat not getting their wives and girlfriends to kill them while they are asleep because they are listening to that fucking powerhouse of a, air transportation unit. Like these small fans here, like this is like each row has 2 fans on top of each other. So right here, there's 12. How many do we have? There's 10 fans here. No, 8 fans. And those small suckers here that have to cool all of this in this little area, that they have to move air from here all the way out there. They are fucking working, man. They are working for it. It's like watching those small chihuahuas just barking till their eyes pops out. That's what these little fans here are doing. They are just going ham, man. They have probably 2 speeds or 3 speeds, off, on, and in the middle. And it's all probably most of the time running either in the middle or full-blown speed. This one here has 62 gigs of RAM. This is a quad 4, so it has 4 cores, Xeon. This is a really old system. You can get this for 200 euros though. This is not bad, to be honest. So they have one here, 4 cores, 4 threads. 4 cores, 8 thread is the 200 euro one. Yeah, that would probably be a good Proxmox server. This one here. That would be a good Proxmox server. Or even NAS server. How many storage space do they have? 8. 8 storage space. You can get a lot of fucking, a lot of space in here. What about the Ethernet? That's the next thing you have to think about. The connection, the Ethernet connection, because if you're transferring a shit ton of data, you need a massive speed. You need at least, that's a 2 gigabytes. Yeah, that would be okay for most editing and stuff like that. Put that next to your bed. Well, in the summertime, it would be really good to keep you awake and cool down, I guess. Like, I wouldn't mind having something like this here, and then have like gigabit Ethernet switches around for transfer stuff over the Ethernet. But I live in a 1-room apartment. I have no idea where I can put, because if I have to have this here and then use it in a way where it don't make any sound, I have to basically put it into a foam case and then it will just overheat. You know, it's like... Yeah, it's just not doable, man. It's just not doable. But if I had a house and I had like a ceiling or attic or... Well, I do have ceilings in the house, but you know, an attic or basement. You could plop that into your basement. Hey, Mr. Barber, and then have like, you know, gigabyte Ethernet or 10 gigabyte Ethernet around your house. And you can have some amazing transfer speeds. I have, however, seen people having problems with transfer speeds over Linux machines. That they just didn't provide it enough speed compared to Windows. But I do want a Synology NAS. A disk station. Just one of the cheap ones. I don't need much. Like something like this here, or something like this here. Maybe even this one here. That's a 1-bay one. That's like a gigabyte Ethernet. What does this one have here? Because the motherboard that I just bought have 2.5 gigabyte transfer speed. And that's probably going to be the future standard, to be honest. 2.5 gigabytes transfer speed. Oh, it's quite... It's not that noisy. Yeah, gigabit Ethernet. This is actually the one that I've been looking at. It has gigabyte Ethernet also. What is the transfer speed of this? Gigabyte E. Why can't we see? I want to see some transfer speeds. Yeah, 1 gigabyte per second is kind of self-explanatory. Oh, fuck it. But then I just need a gigabyte switch then. I see a lot of YouTubers doing 10 gigabyte switches and stuff like that with fiber optics. That's fucking fast, man. But yeah, this is actually the one that I'm thinking about buying. It's only a 1-bay, but you can attach something with USB. Because if I then get a 1 gigabyte switch, this one here is just as good for private. You just set it up and don't connect it to the internet. And this one here is running Debian. So it's all about privacy. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Come on. It's running Debian. It don't do anything bad to me. It's running Debian. It's Linux. Come on. Have we not learned anything in this life about Linux? Linux, like, you know, puff. Nothing's been taken anymore. Everything is automatically better because it's running Linux. Let's not talk about that it's a Chinese company owned or sponsored by the Chinese government running proprietary software on top of Linux that you're using. That we'd forget. It's running good old Debbie. Good old Debbie. She's way better than Becky. She's not spanking Lamer every day. Not fisting him more than a fucking raging bull. You know? Debbie is nice. Debbie is cool. Debbie's protecting you. Debbie's giving you a massage, you know? Maybe even stroking your fucking cock once in a while. And I'm actually thinking about putting an SSD in it. Or should, but you should theoretically buy a spinning hard drive that's NAS certified, to be honest. They seem to last longer. But they are using Synology at work, and they are fucking great machines. Like, of course, theirs are way more advanced than this one here. You know, we're talking stuff like this up here. These kind of things here. The higher end versions of them. Like here. The industrial versions of them. And they work fucking great, man. It's like the web interface is it's like running a desktop in a web interface, and it makes sense, and they just fucking runs. There's not much issues with them, to be honest. Now that I'm thinking about it, the only issues that have been is like user issues. You know, the user have done something, or we had one time someone, don't know who the fuck it is, but someone moved a folder into another folder that then made a whole fucking computer system crash. It didn't work anymore. And it took us like 3 or 4 hours to figure out that some idiot had moved one folder into another folder that they should not have been doing. And when that folder got moved back, everything just worked. Everything just worked again. But that was a... Uh-oh, shit is burning, Rome is burning, the world is ending moment. But I haven't experienced any massive problems with it. You know, just like any other thing, once in a while when it's caching, or if there's an update being done, it's acting up a little bit. When I say acting up, is that the speed slows down for like a minute or so. But yeah, that would probably be my next project when I build my computer, having a NAS, Synology NAS, then maybe make some content about that. But I'm heavily debating on getting another graphic card also. Because I know when I build a computer that can do 1440p gaming really, really well, I'm not going to want a Macintosh anymore. And I don't think I can. I don't think I can live with being a console gamer. I've tried that many times over the years, and I always end up building a computer anyway. Every time I try to get away from the PC ecosystem, I always end up back on it. And I don't know if it makes sense to also have a Mac Mini while having this computer, because it's a lot of money for a system that I may only be using once in a while, like the Mac Mini. But from a nerding aspect and also content creation aspect, it kind of makes sense. But let me put it this way: if I ever get to a point where my YouTube channel could in of itself pay for a Mac Mini, I would buy it without hesitation. The only reason why I'm hesitating buying a Mac is because I have to basically, well, pay it with my own money. And I could get better cam systems, I can get better lighting. Heck, I can even pay for DaVinci Resolve. There's so many things I'd rather have than a Mac Mini that could benefit my channel. I think the next one that I want to buy, I'm looking into buying a proper DSLR cam, instead of using a webcam for my recordings. But I don't want to get one of these, you know, that cost thousands and thousands of dollars. Or like the price of a Mac Mini I may be okay with. But if I can get like a really good like cam for YouTube for around, let's say $300, $400, I will be really happy with that. Because a lot of times you get into the diminishing return, you're paying a shit ton of money for something that most viewers will barely fucking notice that you're having that good of a webcam, or not webcam, but that good of a camcorder. And it also don't have to be that big, because I want it mounted somewhere over my screens. But yeah, that's in the future, because I think right now, the next thing I want to buy right now, I'm thinking about my computer is my primary concern, because when I get my new computer built, I can of course do YouTube better and faster. And I can do more things with my computer, more virtual machining and stuff like that. And then I think the next thing will be probably some more of these small light things I have on my screen. Maybe buy 1 or 2 more of those, because they seem to be working really well. And then maybe upgrade my microphone setup, better mixer, maybe new microphone. And then after that, it will probably be like a good cam or something like that. Yeah, but I don't use Adobe, so that's not an issue for me. Yeah, I'm also thinking about getting some... Actually, I'm thinking about getting some background lights, you know, some LED stuff standing in the background. I don't know. But that's kind of the upgrade path that I'm thinking. Computer, lights, or more lights of these Logitech lights, because they seem to work really well. And then maybe getting like a big diffuser box, one of those big boxes you see people have, but I don't know if I fucking have room for it. Because video quality is you need good video quality. But with the whole compression and shit like that YouTube does, you don't need like Hollywood quality. Like when I look at a lot of YouTubers, like really pro YouTubers, and they are like, oh, I just bought like a $4,000-5,000 fucking webcam, or not webcam, recording store, $10,000 cam, and I'm looking at someone having a $1,000 cam. I don't see much difference. I really don't see much difference. I really don't. But I also watch most of my videos in 1080p or 1440p. I don't watch them in 8K or 4K. When we go up to that, yeah, maybe you will see a difference. But I don't think many people do watch YouTube in 4K. Most people, I believe this, they watch YouTube on a tablet, a phone, or in a small windows in the background while they're doing other things, like on a second monitor or something like that. Sound and being able to see what is going on, you know, have proper lighting and stuff like that, I think is way more important. Heck, there are live streamers, you know, that are massively popular that still use a fucking C920 webcam. You know, they just have really good lighting. And of course, their webcam, their cam rarely takes the whole picture. And even if it does, it's still really good quality. Because they're streaming. Oh, I'm when I get a new phone, my Samsung S21 is going to record a shit ton for me. I'm actually even debating on just using my Samsung as a cam, instead of just buying a DSLR, and then just use my my phone as a cam. Because most phones nowadays, they fucking take better pictures than $1,000, $2,000 webcams and videos. I'm also, I hate unboxing. I don't hate unboxing videos, but I don't want to be an unboxer. But I kind of still want to be an unboxer. I just bought a new keyboard, and I may unbox that tomorrow when I get it. I don't know. I may try and set it up on my desk so I can do an unboxing video. But I just don't have enough room. Yeah, I want some, you know, LED sign or something like that in the background, you know, just something cheesy. You know, some really cheesy shit in the background. Maybe a blow-up doll, I don't know. But if I get a proper, you know, recording cam, I can put it on a tripod, you know, and I can record from different angles. It's a little bit more difficult with a webcam. Well, I could also do that on my phone, to be honest. I could also do that on my phone. But I watched a video from Days2Sense, and they were building an editing rig because they upgraded their cam equipment to get better 4K quality, and I was like, I barely noticing any upgrade because the video was shot on the new no, I keep calling them webcam, on the new cam, and I was like, I barely noticing any. Like, had he not said it to me or said that this video was recorded on the new cam system that they bought, I would not have noticing it whatsoever. Hey, D-Nation. Yeah, I can't wait for summer, man. I hope you're doing well also. And I do feel that people are falling into a trap where they think that I need the highest fucking production value cam system. And I don't think that's the case, because you see a lot of successful YouTubers that have way better cam system than I have, of course. But they are not, you know, you don't have to be a fucking billionaire to buy them. Like, everyone can buy them with a little bit of saving up. Because in the end, the content is king. Like, look at fucking Asmongold, the most popular fucking live streamer, one of the most popular live streamer. He's using like what is a $2,000 cam or something like that in a crappy fucking place with no lighting. And for all intents and purposes, it's the fucking worst quality picture that you can get. Like, a webcam would fucking do better. Like, my webcam looks better than his fucking $2,000 cam, or what it is. But he just has better content. You know, it's he just makes better content. He's a better content creator than I am. And I do believe that people, they a lot of times they fall into this trap here of, well, it's all about the equipment. You know, I need better cam, I need better light, I need a better microphone. Then everything will become better. Well, if you do good content with crappy equipment, you can still get better. Yeah, you do get a lot of good shit with unboxing. That's right. That's right. I should just do it. But I'm not I don't want to be an unboxing channel. I want to do it once in a while. You know, it's something that I do when I buy new shit. Do like an unboxing video once in a while. Because it's going to be, I have an arm I can put a phone into, and then I can put it on top of my table, and then I have like a cloth, a white cloth I put it on. Oh, vinyl record, yeah. And then, you know, I want to try and do that tomorrow, I think. Because I bought my, what the fuck, what keyboard is it? I can't even remember it now. Yeah, I bought this one here. I bought this keyboard here with the MX Brown switches, I think they're called. So they are not clicky, but they are textile. And I fucking love textile when I used to have a Razer keyboard. It was like a clicky Razer keyboard, clicky textile, and I loved it. I fucking loved it. It was a little bit bigger than this one here. I fucking loved it. But it was too loud when I was because back then I was doing gaming content. So when I was recording gameplay and live streaming gameplay, it was way too loud. But now that I'm coding more, typing a lot more, I'm going to use this one here for typing. And when I'm not recording, and then having either this one I have right here, buy like a really, really cheap membrane keyboard or something like that is really, really... because what I'm using right now, this is a Razer, not a Razer, a Rocket keyboard with the red switches in them. And you can probably hear it. Well, I do have set up the sound, a noise suppressor or a sound gate, so it will cut down. But when I'm talking, you can hear me typing right now. But when I'm not talking, it cuts it out. So now I'm talking, you can hear it again. So this is like okay. The other one here should be just as quiet, but you have like a textile bump. Because with this keyboard here, with this keyboard here, I sometimes press down the key without noticing it. If I'm just resting my hand, I sometimes press a key button if it gets too heavy. Logitech keyboards and Rocket keyboards are my favorites. I've never been able to mess any I've never been dissatisfied with them. Razer keyboards, to me, they have some great switches, but everything else about them sucks in my opinion. And it's all about style than function. So they have great switches, but everything else is just fucked up. Like the keycaps is fucked up compared to what I'm having right here. What I'm having right here, it's actually a really, really good keyboard. Vulcan, I think it's called. No, yeah, is it called Vulcan? Yeah, this one here, yeah. Oh, it's really getting discounted now. So this is the keyboard I have right now. Just in black. Black aluminium. Or aluminum, depending on where you are in the world. So this is the one I'm having right now, just in... Is it black or is it just because it... Yeah, it is in black. Because it's dark in here. But I do like these low profile caps here. I fucking love that. And I think that's why I bought this one here, because it's also kind of low profile. Not as low profile as this one here. But there's just something about low profile caps that I really, really like to type on. And it's a really good keyboard, this one here. The issue is it's too fucking big for me. I want smaller. That's why I'm trying this one out here. I want to try smaller. But I really love this keyboard here. I really love this keyboard here. But I'm using a Logitech mouse. So if this keyboard here don't... Because this keyboard don't require software. This requires software. So if this keyboard ends up not being what I think it would be... Also, I got it really cheap. It was on sale, by the way. So I got it for like... I think I saved 30 or 40% on it. It's also an old keyboard. But anyway. If this don't turn on to be... working, I'm going to buy a what's it called, TKL Logitech keyboard. So I'm looking into like Logitech board. Shopping. Oh, let's just do images. I am looking into getting... What is this one? Oh, that's the DaVinci Resolve one. Oh, this is a League of Legends one. But something to like this here, that form factor here. And they have different versions of it. So this is a League of Legends one. But they have different versions of this here. And you can get them with almost all mechanical keyboard key switches that you want to think about. But you can get like a Shroud edition and stuff like that. That's a little bit smaller, I think it is. But yeah, and this is wireless. I'm going to buy the wired version of it if I want this one here, because I don't like wireless. This one here is wireless, but you can put a wire into it. So if this don't pan out, because of this is too big, and I'm already using Logitech webcam, Logitech mouse, Logitech lighting peripherals, and this requires software to do all of the fancy shit that it does, well, it makes sense to then buy a Logitech, because right now I have the Rocket software running, and I have the Logitech G-Hub running. Like, I have a software running in the background of my computer just for a keyboard. So I don't like that. I really don't like that. That's why, again, like I said, I'm trying to go with this one here, because it don't require any software, and it should be a really, really good typing keyboard. But if this is not for my satisfaction, I'm going with a Logitech, because most of my peripherals are... Hey, I also have a Logitech headset. So when I buy peripherals, I tend to keep them in the same brand, so I don't have like a Razer launcher or Razer software, Logitech software, Rocket software, and all that shit. I used to do that back in the day, just have like, you know, I had like a software for my mouse, a software for my keyboard, a software for my webcam, and it just became too fucking much, man. And right now, Logitech just seems in general to make... Like, you can't go wrong with Logitech. It may not be the best, but it's not the most expensive in a lot of cases, and it's really, really doable. And it's not bad either. It's like mid to mid-high tier. And their software seems to be some of the best software they have out there. It seems to work quite well. And their peripherals talks really well with programs within Windows and stuff like that, and talk really, really well with each other. And they have like a really flushed ecosystem. Like, you can... With Logitech, you can get everything you need as a content creator. You can get lights, microphones, you know, keyboards, mices, webcam systems, and really high-end webcam systems and stuff like that. Recording cam systems. On the Rocket, you can only get headphones, mices, and keyboards. I don't know if they have a mic yet. And not Logitech, Razer, they have mics. They have mics and webcams. But I just don't like Razer peripherals. Razer seems to be all about the style and less about the functionality and the durability. Every Razer mouse I have owned, I have broken in under 2 months. Every fucking Razer mouse I had. My Logitech mouse, they last me years before they break. My Rocket mouse, they last me about a year on average. I'm a heavy clicker. Like, I manhandle that fucking mouse, man. I make sure it knows who the fuck its daddy is, okay? When I'm clicking and I'm playing games and stuff like that, it's getting the fat finger times 10. It's getting a click. The same with my keyboard. I'm a heavy typer. Like, I really... like, I'm bottoming out the keycaps when I'm typing. That's why I like the low profiles here. Because I'm a heavy fucking... like, I'm typing like I mean it, man. I'm not a light typer. I type it like I mean it. And for that reason... For me, durability means way more than having a lot of fucking amazing, you know, fancy features and stuff like that. Like, I had not a Crosshair, it was, what the fuck was it? Cooler Master keyboard. When I typed on it, I could type so hard and so fast that the keycaps were flying off the keyboard. Like, the keycaps over here will just totally go off. They would just fall off. And that was also a mechanical keyboard, but it was their own built-in house mechanical keyboard. It was not like an MX or what the fuck are the other, Kraton and stuff like that. I never tried anything from Crosshair peripherals because I always... I heard that in the beginning they had one of the best mechanical keyboards done from a manufacturer, but I never tried their mouse or anything from Logitech or Crosshair, because everyone that I talk to and listen to, they all say that you should stay away from Crosshair peripherals. So I listen to... I know a lot of people say that they go onto my comments, oh, you don't listen to what we are saying. Well, I do listen to people that I trust, and people that I trust, they have all told me to just stay away from Crosshair. And the same, Steel Series is a little bit mixed. Depends, like it's a little bit mixed. What I'm hearing from that, good and bad. But Cooler Master, Asus, Crosshair, I've just heard stay away from those. Logitech is... almost everyone I talk to that have tried a Logitech product, they always have good things to say about it. They may not be the best thing that they have ever used, but it's not the worst either. It's like I said, mid to mid-high tier. They are talking fondly about it, you know, the durability, the functionality and stuff like that. But then they want something, because Logitech don't have a lot of bling, you know. They don't have, like, it's really subdued with the LEDs and stuff like that. And for many years, they didn't really do much with LEDs. They always been like a little bit conservative, or they waited until they have a design and they have something that they know works. So they're always a little bit behind the curve, but you know that it will work when you get it from Logitech. And some people, you know, they want a Razer keyboard or a Vulcan keyboard like this one here, because it's giving you a lot of, you know, flashy shit. But nobody's looking at my keyboard. The only one looking and using my keyboard is me. So I don't need flashy shit. The same with my mouse. I used to have mices from Rocket that did all kind of crazy shit. And it looks smart, but I'm the only one looking at it. And it started to irritate me that I'm getting blighted by a fucking mouse once in a while if I move my hand around. And this one here, I would probably... Right now my keyboard is set to green, because my computer case LEDs are green. I love green. So my keyboard is green, and WSAD and the arrow keys up, down, left, and right, they are blue. And on my mouse, I have like a LED strip where it's green on the sides and blue in the middle. I kind of like that because it's RPG, you know, red, green, and blue. So blue fits really well into it. And then I can easily distinguish, you know, the gaming keys. Because on this Rocket keyboard here, you can set each individual key to its color, and it's neat and all, and I like it. But it's not giving me anything different. I'm just doing it because I can. I'm doing it because I can, and because I paid money for it, and I can use it, so I want to use it. But I don't really need it. But hey, I bought the keyboard because it had those features, so I'm going to use them. But I'm trying to simplify my life a little bit. Logitech is one of those few companies that some of their software works quite well under Linux. They also, like, if you're a Mac user, Logitech is one of the few companies that really works well with Mac. And when you're looking at what Mac users recommend of peripherals, it's almost always Logitech keyboards or mices. Because they just work really, really well. Like I said, it's the same with like Logitech on Windows. It's really well built. You know what you're getting. You're not paying an arm and a leg for it. And if you go with like the G series and stuff like that, it's also a little bit flashy, but not to be overly flashy. It's like stylish, or what you will call it. You know, like it's tasteful LEDs. You know, tasteful RPGs. Where you could say something like this here. Oh. Look at this shit here. It is a little bit like my keyboard is fucking, you know, it's green. Like, don't get me wrong. It's like, imagine having this on your table where it's like you can see every fucking light all over the place here. You know. Like it's loud and it's proud, you know, it's out there. Where this one here is a little bit more subdued when you look at it. So this here will emit way less light than this one here is doing. And from the keyboards I've seen from Logitech, they're also a little bit more subdued with like, you know, it's not like you're getting blinded by the light, so to speak, not to go into a song rant here, but yeah, this is like, you know, the gamer thing. And if you are a live streamer where you have your webcam on your keyboard, like some people do, I can see how this can be, you know, a wow factor or a piece for the live streamer. I've heard a lot of good things about it. So, again, when you go into these kind of keyboards here, you're going into like the boutique, you know. When you're buying keyboards like this, you get keyboard nerds like, you know, really keyboard nerds that loop every fucking aspect of their keyboards and stuff like that. That's that territory that you're going into. And if you're talking to those people that build their own keyboards and stuff like that, they say they give it okay recommendations. You know, they're like, yeah, for what it is, it's a okay keyboard. It may be a tad little bit overpriced, but it's a okay well-built keyboard. If you talk to people that like a good keyboard but are not nerding out about, you know, the stabilizers and what kind of loop and the O-ring mod and the, you know, the painter's tape mod and the silicon mod and all of those fucking things that they're doing. If you're just a person that appreciate a good keyboard, they all have good things to say about it. The only thing that kind of rags on it are not really rags on it, but are making ways to make it better. Those really, really hardcore keyboard guys and girls, you know, that spend hours and hours to make sure that the fucking spacebar is making the right sound, you know, that will fucking mod the living shit out of the enter key if it's just having a slight little ring to it and stuff like that. They will say that, yeah, make your own because you can probably make a better one yourself and it probably will cost the same and stuff like that. Yeah, you need to feel the plastic. Yeah, exactly. You know, they will probably say that it's a mediocre boutique keyboard. But if you're talking to your everyday gamer or your everyday coder that appreciate a good keyboard, they will say that this is like a step up, a massive step up from something like this or Logitech keyboard. And Logitech keyboards, like, so anything that comes from a big manufacturer like Logitech, Rocket, Razer, SteelSeries, Corsair, all of those fucking brands that you can imagine. If you talk to the boutique keyboard nerds, they will say that they are lower tier than this here. So this is what you start out with, something like this. This is your entry level. Then you go over to keyboard like this, and then the next step is that you're building your own keyboard. You're getting like what is it called, Glorious keyboard or Keytron keyboard, where you can't get the PCP, and then you're buying your own switches and your own keycaps, and you're looping everything up. That's the next step from this one here. So it's this here, and then it's this here, or things like these kind of things here, these kind of keyboards here. That's how they look at it. So the next, if you want something better than this, you have to build your own. You know, source the right case and PCP from, like I said, Glorious, and then put some mods onto that, or Keytron, or even Vortex also have bare bones systems where you're only getting the case and PCP, and then you mod them with like you know, all kind of crazy fucking shit that they're putting into it, and then you source your switch. Are you an MX switch? Are you a Acon or Acre or what the fuck they're called? There's so many fucking different switches in. I can't even remember them all now. So you know, now you're sourcing out your own personal fucking preference of a switch, and then you are also outsourcing your perfect feel of the fucking keycaps and all of that shit. That's the next step. And most people, when they're getting something like this here, like the one I'm having here, this here, they will be like, oh my fucking god, this is the best thing ever in the world. They are not going to It like, wait, it's fucking amazing. Because for the price and for what this is an amazing fucking keyboard. But I'm running a Rocket software just to use this keyboard, while I'm also running a Logitech software to use my webcam, my mouse, my headset, my lights. So I wanted to change this out to get rid of the
battery 10%.
To get rid of the Rocket software. So I was thinking about going Logitech. But I also kind of want to try and dip my toes into the boutique, high-end keyboard market. And this is a really good entry level to get into the high-end keyboard market. Because I hear a lot of people raving about these high-end keyboards. And the last month or so, I've been watching a lot of people building their own keyboards and, basically researching what to look for in a keyboard and stuff like that. And diving my toes into that nerd culture of keyboards. And I'm like, maybe it's for me. Because I am picky about my keyboards. I like them to, I like my keyboards to have a specific feel. And also I like them to be smaller than this one here. Because it does takes up a lot of space. And I'm kind of trying to minimize and I say this in a lot of my videos, simplifying everything. I don't need all of this shit here. You see, you still have home, page up, page down, end, and delete and stuff like that. But I really don't need the 10 keys over here. And if I do, I just buy a USB dongle and plug that in when I need it like once a month or something like that to do, pay some bills or stuff like that. I could just buy one for like, I don't know, $30 or something like that. Or $20 and then just plug it in when I need it and plug it out when I don't need it. To free up some more room on my desk. Because the more room you have on your desk, the more inclined you also are to keep it clean and stuff like that. So I'm trying this one out, and if this don't work, I'm going with the Logitech. Because I wanted the Logitech instead of this one here, but then I was like, maybe you should try this kind of boutique, like high-end-ish. And then I was looking into, I actually wanted to buy just the bare bone of some brand that was really good, and then outsourcing my own, or buying my own switches and stuff like that. But I don't think I'm willing to sit and spend hours lubricating every fucking thing and, listening to the space key if I'm satisfied with the sound of the space key and shit like that. I'm not that into keyboards. But I also really can appreciate a well-built keyboard with good switches. So I'm giving this a shot because it's compact. And the people that are using it, I hear mostly good things about it. Even the criticisms about it is... It's like nitpicky things. You get what I'm saying? Because it's open source. This is like... This don't require any software other than what's on the PCP, and that could probably be open sourced. I don't know. Like, you don't need to run any software to run this here. All the LEDs and stuff like that is all done in here. Yeah, but the System 76 keyboard is massively expensive, right? It looks like a Keytron keyboard, to be honest. I actually looked into this form factor here also. What kind of switches can it? It's starting at $200. So this keyboard here, I paid with shipping about $100 for. With shipping, about $100. It's not this price here. I got it cheaper than this. Well, about this price, maybe 110 with shipping. I got this keyboard for. Your keyboard was $10. Yeah, I used at work. The keyboard I use at work is probably $5 or something like that. So let's see what we can, how can we... The launch lights. What is the launch? Okay, so I probably need... What's the difference? Okay, I need the F keys. You see here, I have the F keys. I cannot live without the F keys. So I probably need this one here. So they are clicky textile, silent textile, silent. What the fuck is the difference between these two? Oh, it's the same. So I'm probably going with these browns here because they are like silent textile. That's the same that I bought this one up with here. Normal assembly, yeah, I don't need any warranty. Holy shit, look at how much this cost me. And I paid about $110 for this keyboard here. And I will go and guess, I would go on a limb and say, I don't think there's that much difference between these two other than this is open source and this probably is not. So you may like this design better than this one here, but I will not pay over twice the price. Also, you're getting double spacebar. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I do like that there's a little bit of separation between the arrow keys and stuff like that. But from a typing experience standpoint, I would probably guess and say that you get more out of this one here than you do this one here. Because I haven't seen many reviews of this one here. The reviews I've seen of the System 76 keyboard has been kind of meh. This one here is meh in the eyes of people that build their own keyboards. This is kind of meh or good in the eyes of people that use a $10 keyboard. Okay, so they don't rattle that much. I can definitely see that. Yeah, nothing will ever beat the old school PS2 keyboard. Oh yeah, the old like what the fuck are they called? IBM keyboards. I honestly, I would not be surprised if this one was better or if they were like the same. They were the same, but I would not pay this much money for an open source keyboard, even if it's hand built. Because if this is hand built, it has to be massively better than this one here, which I highly doubt it is. And here's the other problem. I don't want to look. So all of the views that I have seen, they come from Linux. This one is not for Linux people. This don't seem like a Linux nerd. Gear Seekers, who are they? They like it. Yeah, Linux Nordic. So here's the thing. I don't like watching Linux reviews or Linux peripheral reviews or Linux centered stuff reviews from a Linux YouTuber. I don't like watching Apple reviews or Apple, Apple products from an Apple fanboy. You get what I'm saying here? Because of course they are going to be highly skewed. If I'm going to look at what Garmin watch I want to buy, I'm not going to the channel that is all about Garmin watches. I'm going to the channel that is all about Apple watches that then review a Garmin. Because they want it to be worse than the Apple Watch. So if I want to see what people say about Linux, for example, I see, okay, what do a Mac user say? What do a Linux or Windows user say? What do a FreeBSD fan say of Linux? Because it takes so much bias. There will always be biases, but it takes so much bias away. Watching English Bob or DistoTube or any of those doing anything with Linux, you can't trust 50% of it because they have too much Linux fans. Unless it's a tutorial on how to set up something, or how to install something, or how to get something. But if they are reviewing a new thing within Linux, they are highly biased. You can't trust a word they're saying. But if you're going to like a Windows fanboy that are looking at Linux, the newest Ubuntu for the first time, you know, the new Ubuntu release, it's in their interest, or not interest, but they don't want it to succeed because they're a Windows fan. And so here's the thing. This is probably a better way of explaining it. If your haters say that it's a good product, it's a fucking good product. If the people that don't normally like the products that you're making like the product that you're making, it's a good fucking product. A good example is Apple mobile phones. Even people that hate Apple, that don't like Apple or anything to do with Apple and hate macOS and stuff like that, they still can agree that iPhones are good fucking phones. They may not say that they are the best phones or they want one, but they are definitely saying they could live with one. And they are not that bad phones compared to a lot of Androids. Like, you hear a lot of fucking Android channels out there saying that, yeah, iPhones are not the ones they want to use, but if they had the choice between, let's say, a Xiaomi and an iPhone, they would take an iPhone. But if they had like the choice between a Samsung and an iPhone, or a Sony and an iPhone, they would probably go with the Sony Android and the Samsung. But if you go low tier Android, they would go with an iPhone. And they are Android channels, you know. So it's not in their interest whatsoever to say that they want to use an iPhone over low tier Android phones. Those are the ones you should listen to. If you go into like DistroTube and all of those, like Luke Smith and all those fucking asshats, it's in their interest to get you into Linux. That's their interest. If they are reviewing something, it's in their best interest to make sure it comes out the best. And they can sit there and say, this is an unbiased, I'm going to be as unbiased as... No. It would be like me sitting here and reviewing a Danish-built computer. I'm from Denmark. I will be highly biased. It would be in my interest as a countryman and being proud of my country to make sure that it comes out as fucking good as possible. In another way, for me to talk really bad about a Danish boutique PC building manufacturer, it has to be massively fucking bad for me to do so. Where if I was from Germany or if I was from the States, I have no fucking personal interest in it being good or bad. I hope you get what I'm saying here. Let's see what they're saying about these keyboards here.
Today we'll be reviewing the System 76 launch. We'll be evaluating it on our standardized test bench to see how it performs and if you should buy it. The Launch is the first keyboard from System 76, a company that makes open source hardware, software, and firmware. The Launch is no exception. As an open source project, you can find all the design files online to repair or even build your own if you have the proper resources. We didn't exactly have the time to do that, so we bought a fully assembled unit with Kailh Box Royal switches pre-installed. The System 76 Launch is a 75% productivity keyboard, so it lacks a numpad in some parts of the navigational cluster, but it keeps the function row and dedicated arrow keys. It's designed to be configured and reconfigured over and over again. It comes with extra keycaps of varying sizes, so you can play around with the layout. For example, if you want one half of the spacebar to act as the shift key, you can change it out on the keyboard and remap it using the software. Plus, it comes with a bunch of extra tools to help you, like a switch and keycap remover. As you would expect from a customizable board, its PCB is also hot swappable, so you can plug and play with any switch of your choosing. The chassis and baseplate are one solid piece of aluminum with a metal plate screwed in underneath to protect the internal components, so this keyboard is solid. The PBT keycaps have an XDA profile, meaning they're all the same height, so it looks flat no matter what angle you view it from. And if that weren't enough acronyms to throw at you, the RGB backlighting doesn't shine through the key legends as they're printed on using dye sublimation. The switches sit right on top of the baseplate, which is great for dispersing the...
So that can be an issue for some people. Also, I don't like this look here. I think this one here, it don't get through at all, the keycaps. But when you're looking at this one, it looks like the keycaps could be like really, really thin. Which also is some like people are like, yeah, the Steam Deck, yeah, oh my fucking god, don't get me started on that.
Using sublimation. So it's right.
What the fuck is going on here?
It's great for just forcing backlighting, but not great for the acoustics. There's acoustics and the switches
What?
so funny that you can use the configurability of the keyboard to make the layout comfortable for you. As it's primarily designed for productivity use, the latency is too high for reaction-based or competitive games, but it's perfectly fine for casual gaming or daily work tasks. In terms of extra features, this keyboard isn't lacking. Along the top, there are 2 high-speed USB-C ports and 2 high-speed USB-A ports. This is super useful for connecting to other peripherals, charging your phone or headphones during the day, or even uploading files from another device. Although there aren't dedicated media keys, you can access them using hotkeys. Similarly, you can control some of the backlighting effects using hotkeys as outlined in the user documentation. This keyboard uses in-house software for customization, aptly named System76 Keyboard Configurator, which is also open source. It's also QMK supported, and you'll have to use QMK to program macros, as you can't do that directly in the software or directly on board. Impressively, though,
I've heard a lot of people having issues with the QEME key thingy-madooski. That's apparently a really weird thing.
Software is fully supported on all major operating systems, including Linux. Now on to the typing experience. Obviously, this isn't your grandma's keyboard. It has a split spacebar, and the backspace, enter, and shift keys are much smaller than usual. Although the box stems on the Kailh Box Royal switches keep the keys feeling stable, the switches themselves supply an interesting typing experience. The pre-travel distance is on the shorter side, so you get to the tactile bump early into the key press. The bump itself offers quite a bit of resistance, so you'll need to apply force to get over it. If you're a light typer, you might find these switches tiring to use throughout the day. If you're a heavy typer, you'll probably enjoy the resistance, as it feels a bit like popping bubble wrap. It does feel cramped to type on, as the keys are close together. Plus, the XDA profile means that there's less of a noticeable boundary between the keys, so you may be more prone to moving your finger over to the wrong key. However, thanks to the high resistance of the switches, you probably won't accidentally actuate anything. After you get used to it, the typing experience feels very good, but it may take a bit of time if you're coming from a more typical straight keyboard. Of course, as it's
what if I'm coming from a typical gay keyboard or bisexual keyboard? What do I do then? Like, come on.
Configurable. If you don't like the position of any of the buttons, you can always change them around.
It's an okay sounding keyboard. Well, no, it's squeaking a lot. Yeah, it's actually squeaking more than I thought it would.
This brings us to the main question. Should you buy this keyboard? At its price point, this keyboard isn't aimed at a gaming or newbie level hobby crowd. It's a model made by keyboard enthusiasts for keyboard enthusiasts. So you'll get the most out of this keyboard if you appreciate open source hardware and want to be able to change, modify, and keep the keyboard on your own terms. Otherwise...
So, if you get like a Keytron, actually the Glorious here, you can do the same fucking shit, it's just not proprietary and it's half the price of that one there, I think.
If you're looking for a more beginner-friendly keyboard to customize, we recommend the GMMK Pro or the Keychron Q1,
yeah, Keychron,
both of which have a 75% form factor, like the Launch, but they're more affordable and a bit more traditional. That's all for this review of the System 76.
And they are cheaper, if I'm not mistaken. They are actually way cheaper. I do like ratings, or ratings, or what the fuck they are called. I used them when I bought this monitor I have right now. I went onto their website. They have a really, really good...
We've bought and tested more than 350...
Yeah, shut your mouth. Like, if you're looking to buy especially monitors and shit like that, They are fucking amazing. And they tell you exactly so you see a lot of monitors like, oh, it's a 1 millisecond delay and stuff like that. They actually go in and test if it's true, because there is no standardization about how to measure the latency in a monitor. So you can come up with whatever the fuck you want. There's no standardized test to say it from black to gray or from white to gray or whatever the fuck it is. You have to do it in this way. No, there's no standardization whatsoever. So if you, let's say you go from white to gray, if it's just changing just one fucking minute from white, you can say, oh, it's already changed to gray. When in reality, it's not really gray. It's just like a mixture between white and gray. So they test the proper latency, the proper refresh rates and stuff like that, because there's so many fucking issues or falsehoods with it. This is a 4K version, or not even a 4K. This is a HDR version of my screen, I think. It's a newer model of my screen. I have higher refresh rate and higher bandwidth. Okay, and mine is only 1440p. So I think this is the 4K version of my screen. No, it's not the Q series I have. I think it's the D series. See here, like they go in and test them properly. If we go down here and we do contracts, so they test the proper contracts, light dimming, SDR brightness, what the real brightness is, sustained and not just peak. HDR brightness. It's if you're spending exactly, yeah, you're right. Like if you're going to buy like a monitor and stuff like that, maybe even keyboards and whatnot, I highly recommend using this site here. It's so here, Quay uniformity. I can't speak. Plaque uniformity. SDI like how good is the color accuracy? And here's the thing: they test the color accuracy as it is from the shop, and when they have color corrected it. So you can see how good of a product can you get out of it if you spend a little time, fine tuning the color accuracy. Mine is also an ISP. I have like 99.2% sRPG or something like that. It's actually really good. It's actually a good. It got really good ratings in here for a cheap monitor. Mine is a cheap monitor, by the way. You see proper refresh rates, a viable refresh rate, response time here. They show you the proper response time, and not just the one that the manufacturers are putting in there. The total response time 14 milliseconds. Recommended overdrive setting normal. So you get a picture. Response time, that's max refresh rates. Then response time at 60 Hz is the same as the max refresh rate. Hey Lamer, are you done fisting? Like, I highly recommend this site. Let's see if they actually have a review of this keyboard in there. Maybe I bought the worst fucking keyboard you can ever buy. Where is it? It's here. Oh, they do. Programming. Why is it not that good for programming? The Vortex Racer 3 is good for gaming. Its keys are quick and accurate, and it feels very responsive. It's also one of the better built keyboard we've seen so far. No dedicated switches for interface, no backlighting. Oh, so it's the non-backlighting. It's the RPG version. Okay, didn't they have the RPG version in there? Oh, you're switching ISP. Oh. Ew. No, they don't have the RPG version in there. I don't use numpad that much when I'm programming, to be honest. Oh, I use, it's a mix between it. Mobile and tab, yeah, of course. Office, no dedicated software with interface. I don't care much. What switches are they using though? Wide variety of the typing experience is light with the brown switch. That's what I like. But economics of the board ain't the best. Yeah, that's because there's no wrist. But I don't need to. I type with my hands. I don't have my wrists on the table. I type with my hands elevated. No dedicated, no backlighting, wired only. So no dedicated software interface. I don't give a fuck about that. I have backlighting. I don't care about it being wireless. So all of this that's negatives for that they say is negative for programming is things I don't need. Dimensions, build quality 9. Economics, yeah, that's the because you need to have your wrist elevated when you're typing. So if you type with your hands on the your wrists down here and then your fingers up here, so it goes like this. You need a wrist rest. But my hands is like this. They're elevated. My wrist is elevated into air. So I use let's open up Paint, kids. Let's use Paint. I have looked at that keyboard. I've looked at all the Logitech keyboards. So, like, I spent probably 10 hours just looking at Logitech keyboard over the last month or so. This is the table, this is the keyboard. If you are typing like this is your wrist, let's make that red. If you're typing like this, having your wrist on the table here, this is not a good keyboard for you. As you can see, because there's a high decline. But if you're typing with your wrist like this, it's okay. So I rest my arm like this. This is my resting point. So I have a straight wrist. Some people, they have their arm like this. That's their wrist. And yeah, that you can see now it's getting a problem. Good old Paint. Yeah, now switching to a phone service, home internet with 5G closer to a lot better than the old days. Yeah, that sounds like fucking amazeballs, man. Oh yeah, you're also getting extra keys. I forgot about that. Oh, you want to stream? Then we can do some. I can interview you. So these are the Browns one. Also, while your unit switch on this board is also available in the white, right, like blue, red. Yeah. Typing quality. I do want to see that though. Latency. Yeah, the software and programming, yeah, you don't have many options with it. Oh, listen to this. Not bad, man. So I may use these here. And I kind of want the red, this one up here to be red. So what are you going to stream? Maybe the shift keys are going to be blue.
Battery low. Please charge.
Oh, my headset is angry at me. Battery low. Please recharge. I need power. Please suck some fucking electricity into me. Oh, yeah, fist me. Come on, you stupid human. Yeah, there you go. No, I don't want you to connect to my fucking headset. Yeah, but what do you want to stream, Lame? Are you going to stream your fisting sessions with Becky? Oh, this looks a little bit like the old Commodore. Desktop streaming. Uh-huh. You're going to outcompete me now. Power can only be taken! You weakling. Versus... Can we see this 76? You don't even have the System 76. Oh, there you go. Oh my god, the System 76 is all over the place. It's all over the place. Oh, he's going to call for Becky to allow him to be online now. Mama Becky. Lema needs a daddy. He don't need a mama. We was just looking at keyboard. I'm getting a new keyboard tomorrow, and I'm getting really nerd bonered right now. So, ooh, I like this background. What the fuck is this? AliExpress, my butthole. Find my keyboard in the trash. I don't know if I like this or not. Like, I like the look of it, but I don't know how fucking gimmicky it is. I kind of want it just to fucking try it out now. Like, this here looks cool as fuck. Hey, Nutbug, how are you? Like, this is definitely cool. Yeah, it looks... I like weird, okay? I like weird. I'm a weird guy. That's why I'm it's a Linux. That's why I'm stalking Laura all the time, because I'm weird. Yeah, $8 with a discount, I guess. I have no fucking idea. But it's from AliExpress. I have never bought anything from AliExpress. I have I'm like, if I buy anything from AliExpress, I expect it to not come, and I will get something like a fucking 7 off hand or something like that will give me fucking 8s or something. You know. Or some fucking Chinese child is being packaged with it and be like, save me, human, from the alien overlords. I just don't trust it at all. And if I have to plug it into my computer, I'm sure that the fucking CPP or what it's called are now infecting everything and looking at all my porn tabs and whatnot. I'm just not trusting it at all. I barely want to fucking look at their websites, to be honest. This is some form of fucking weird ass health and intelligent life resistance. What? Multifunction wireless charge alarm clock Bluetooth. But it's just a lamp that can charge your phone. Oh my god. It looks cool. Yeah, it looks cool, but damn, man. They are keyloggers, yeah. Cheaper than a McDonald's menu. What is not cheaper than a McDonald's menu right now? Like, come on. McDonald's is almost as expensive as fucking high-end restaurant nowadays. Yeah, I know their motherboards are fucking weird. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos with people buying shit, buy computer systems and motherboards and stuff like that from AliExpress. You also have to remember, you have to pay import tax and all that shit. It comes from China or something like that. Oh, it has a USB plug. Boing. They do have a lot of crazy shit in here, though. And the funny thing is, some of it you can find on Amazon. This looks a little bit weird. Nah, it's too busy. Oh yeah, it takes like weeks and weeks and weeks before it comes to you, yeah. I just ordered my second order from Amazon UK today. I'm getting a little bit. I'm getting that Amazon bug. They have so much fucking crazy shit in there. So many things that you're like, that's kind of cheap, and I can kind of use that. Before you know it, you spend like fucking $50 or something like that on all kind of crazy small fucking things and doodads and doodits. But they have a lot of shit on Amazon that we can't get in Denmark. Or it costs like an arm and a leg in Denmark. And even if I have to pay tax from the UK, it will still be cheaper a lot of times. They have like a pen I really want in there, like with a bolt action on it. It's all machined out of aluminium or aluminum, depending on where you live in the world. And then it has like a bolt action trigger on it. It's fucking... I really want it. I really, really want it. If this was not this big, this is probably fucking great for editing. But it's also expensive. It costs the same as a Mac Mini. About this, a little bit cheaper than a Mac Mini. And that's just a fucking keyboard. That's just a keyboard. Man, oh man. But you do get like a wheel and some other fucking shit. My old keyboard that my old keyboard, I think that's the one you're talking about, right? So my old keyboard, nothing wrong with it. It's just I have a software running on my computer just to run my keyboard, and I don't like that. So I was looking into a Logitech keyboard. Because my mouse is Logitech, my headset is Logitech, my light is Logitech, my webcam is Logitech, just to have everything under one software system. But then I found this keyboard here. This don't require any software. This don't require any software. And it's more higher end than any Logitech keyboard. So I bought that. Yeah, it's MX Browns. I'm actually getting this one here. MX Brown keys, yeah. I was thinking about getting Blues, but I don't think I need it. And also with the MX Browns, I should be able to stream and make videos without it being too loud, where the Blues will just be too loud. But I do like me some Blues, man. I like that blue, dude. I really do like the blue caps. I had a not too loud. Blue is too loud for an old fart like me. Yeah, I'm just thinking that if I can use it while doing what I'm doing right now, that would be the perfect for me. But I had a Razer keyboard that had their own versions of Blue in them, and it's the best fucking keyboard to type. Like the feeling of the switches that I ever felt. That kind of clicky textile thing. But I think it's mostly because of the textile. Yeah, it don't require any software. Like it requires no software whatsoever. So it's fully compatible with any operating system. Linux, Windows, FreeBSD, Haiku. If it has a USB plug, if your operating system support USB, it's compatible. You basically just plug it in and it works. Everything that is customizable is customized via the keyboard itself, in the software on the keyboard. RPG and RGB, everything is done from the keyboard. You don't need any software to run it. That's why I bought it. No software needed. Eventually, I kind of want to try this one out. It sounds like we're in a fucking shopping mall right now with this music. I hope this takes off. I think I should just download it one day and then we can install it on a stream. This one here, Hello System. Yeah, I think Wintry is a USB creation device. You know, to create live media with. I tried it out like last year or a year before that, I can't remember. Oh, inventory. Cool. Cool. I just want some fucking screenshots. Is that too much to ask for? Shove it up Lamer's ass. Lamer's ass is Becky only territory, man. It's sad how it is, man. Make it simple, Linux desktop usability part 1. Oh god. Why did we go on to edit Reddit? Oh, Reddit. Becky can make a boot wife. Well, if you can have more than one system on this one here, I need to fucking use this for work, so kind of different Windows installs on one USB stick. That will actually help me out quite a lot. Oh, what's going on with OMG Ubuntu? OMG, I consent. You can take my kidneys. Mantic Minotaur. All of this. Where you have a clear winner. Eye candy. Lamer is my eye candy. Well, Laura is my eye candy, but don't tell her that. Yeah, I'm born gay. I was just hoping that Becky will come in and be like, no, he's all mine. You keep your hands away from my Lamer. You want to see something funny? Lamer has his own fucking cosmetics brand. Look. Lamar. Like, he's a fucking big shot, man. Fucking his own fucking Lamar Europe. World of Lamar. Look at this fucking shit. This is what him and Becky is doing. Please select your billing location. I'm like I don't exist in any of these countries. That's Poland, English. A true cult leader. Yeah, for fuck's sake, man. Look. He's spreading the words of Linux, preaching the words of Linux, slaving people into the words of Linux. And then he has a massive, amazing cosmetic line he puts on them when they are in his arms and fold. So not only do you become a true believer of the Linux dynamic and the Linux system, but look at all of these beautiful women that you're now going to use cosmetics from. You're becoming just as beautiful as they are. With your moisturizer and your facelifts and your tanning creams and your essential oils and stuff like that. He's all over the fucking place. Like, he's preaching to you every Sunday about good old fucking Linux and whatnot. And then he's like, hey, buy my shit. You know, let's look better, smell nicer. Let's shower, you know. He's telling nerds to take a shower. Come on. Nerds don't shower. And then he's using all of these amazing fucking beautiful women here to sell the product. While every time you put just a drop of this on, there will come a fucking red-headed fucking Irish person running up to you and say, Linux is the best thing ever, Linux forever, use Linux all the time. Who is Lamer exactly? Who knows? Nobody really knows who Lamer is. The only person that knows who Lamer is Becky, and she's not telling much about Lamer. Other than she's fisting him and spanking him, and they have their own little BTSM thing going on. But nobody really knows who Lamer is, other than when he comes out from the bushes to spread the words of our leaders, Richard Stallman and Linus Torvalds and the good old Linux. Nobody really knows who he is. And then he disappears into the ether again. And then once in a while he comes out. I see you are not running Linux, but more than that, I can see you have really dry skin. I have some moisturizer right here. Just chuck in my fucking little thing for 2 seconds and there will come some white moisturizers out in your hand. And you will feel much better. I call it the Lamer lotion. You know, he's a weird creature. He's a weird creature. And he's been around Linux for over a decade. And nobody knows who he is. He's this, like, you know, essential oils, lube, tycoon, moisturizer tycoon, and a Linux preacher cult leader on the side. Strange. There are people that have run Linux for longer than 30 years that you have never heard of. Just because you run Linux, you don't have to hear about everyone running Linux. There's a lot of people running Linux that don't say they run Linux because they don't want to deal with the, you know, it's doing good, Don. I'm doing great. Hope you're doing well also. Just looking at some crazy comments from good old OMG Ubuntu. And waiting for Lamer to get out of his moisturizer business and craze us with his present and say, hey, I'm here. Oh my god. Anton. It makes sense now. Lamer is the fucking producer and provider for everything loop related to Becky's Dungeon of Doom in her basement. The reason why Lamer is so fisted in his ass that he don't shit anymore, shit just automatically fall out of his ass, is because of the potency of the lubrications coming from Lamar Cosmetics. The reason why Becky always have such fucking amazing hair, because of Lamar Cosmetics. Think about it. It makes sense now. Those two are in cahoots. They are building up an empire. While they're making us think that they're just sexual deviants. Holy shit. In reality, while Becky is spanking Lamer and ramming her head up his ass because her hands is too small now, they are building a fucking evil empire exactly, with Linux as its base and Lamar Cosmetic as its front, using handsome beautiful women and boys to promote moisturizers, essential oils, facelifters, and so on and so on, while also infecting the Linux onto the world behind the scenes. Holy shit, those two are fucking brilliant people. That's why we don't hear much from them anymore. Between spanking, fisting, BTSM, running the Lamar Cosmetic Empire, and preaching the Linux gospel to the world, who fucking have time to anything else? Like those 30 minutes a night they have alone that fisting session, that spanking session has to be fucking intense to get all of that frustration of the world out. So they can be level-headed and calm for a new day. With new essential oils and localizing things. And installing Linux distributions on random computers. I think we need a new picture that's definitely a real of Becky and Lamer being king and queen. Taking over, sitting on a throne of Lamar lubricant or something like that with a Linux penguin in their hand or at their feet. Because that's their true picture. Just imagine their skin though. It makes, like, Lamer and Becky must have the smoothest fucking skin in the world. How can people not want Linux when people like Lamer using the Lamar cosmetics brands and lubrications and essential oils and smelling salts and bath salts and bathing creams and deodorants and stuff like that coming up to a nerd. They must smell like the most pure thing in the world, and then preaching Linux to them. They will be sold right away. To then be taken down into the dungeon and fisted and spanked and screamed at until they install Kubuntu or Arch Linux, because that's the way the Lamer do it. We have to investigate a little bit, yeah. I think we need to do some investigation here, yeah. Google Chrome will probably respect dark mode on Linux. Oh god. Yeah, why not? Like when a desktop operating system finally respect a fucking color scheme. Oh, sorry, a program running on the best operating system in the world is finally respecting the color scheme. You know, that's why Linux is so fucking amazing and great. Let's not forget about that. Holy shit. Johan is really going at it in here. Oh, Dominic. Dominic has way too much free time, man. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Chrome under Linux is probably one of the best browsers to run under Linux. Firefox is a fucking mess. Vivaldi is probably... maybe debate that Vivaldi is a little bit better. But Chrome is one of the best fucking browsers to run under Linux. Distros. What is Elementary? What is Popo? Popo is just so... Oh my god. Polo ISO. And Solo ISO. Okay. Just curl in the fucking terminal. Hey, from Argentina. App Center. I haven't installed the new Elementary OS yet. Maybe I should try it out. Yeah, I get it. You like a Hollow ISO. Yeah, Edge is kind of good to speak. It's kind of good. I haven't tried it on Linux yet. I have it in... I think I had it installed on Fedora before it crashed my system. But yeah. I need to try out Elementary OS. Been a long time. Let's see what the peeps are saying here. Let's see if we can find... Fabric troll. So, here's the thing. I fucking love people on the internet. Let me make sure that people take me seriously by using the fucking name troll in the name. Yeah, nobody's going to take you seriously then. Just you lost before you tried. Just like, yeah. Just give up already, okay? Oh, the Linux game is going really at it here. Can it run in parallel to Windows 10 or not? Or in parallel with Windows 10 or not? Dark Father. Freetard. Holy shit. Individuals such as yourself are a menace to the Linux community. It barely can run at all. I'm not a professional software. It's not a retard software. He's a fucking troll. Come on, dude. Oh man. I love Dark Father. I need to see what Dark Father is the fucking... He's like the top troll. Dark Father... Like here. I'm very happy running Elementary OS 7 on brand new Starbook 5 from Starlab system. It rocks. Your happiness will end quickly. Don't worry, my child. 4 downloads. He's having fun. I love Dark Father. He's a fucking troll. This is how you troll, okay? This is how you troll. Oh, Dark Father left us. He's not saying anything anymore. Oh, Linux Gamer. Oh, deleted. Linux Gamer really fucking has too much free time, apparently. I don't know. It's just a username. I don't know where the fuck he's from or what he's doing. This has nothing to do with YouTube. Oh, Dark Father is here. Oh, Elementary OS. I tried it once for an extensive period. He's actually got 4 upvotes for this one here. Okay. Darth Vader. Dark Father. This is not a constructive reply. It's not harsh. Yeah, why are people so fucking pussy on the internet? Yeah, people... I hate Linux users. Okay, Karen. Like, if you guys ever have a bad day, okay? If you really have a bad day, go on to OMT Ubuntu and read the comment section. The amount of fucking stupidity that's going on in most comments on OMT's comment section, OMT Ubuntu's comment section. It's like walking in to a bar full of people that think they are Einstein, talking about how to properly make a shepherd pie. It's so fucking funny. And then when someone comes in with like just a little bit of fucking normalcy in their fucking brain, they get yelled and screamed at, and it's really fucking funny. And I don't know what it is with Linux. Like, I honestly don't fucking know what Linux does to people in comment sections or in forums, but it does something to them. It's like, yeah, I'm walking the dog, I'm an everyday human, go to work, maybe have a boyfriend or girlfriend. Then I figure out this Linux thing, I install it. Now I'm a superior human being. Everyone around me is fucking smaller and lesser humans than I am. I am the pinnacle of human intelligence, okay? What I say must be heard and listened to and agreed with by everyone in the world. If not, you should be taken down, hunted down. You should be gone with Lamar or Lamar into Becky's dungeon and be abused and used forever because you don't matter. You don't understand the picture I have seen. Just for installing Linux and running it. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. It's like the funniest thing in the world. Oh god. Yeah. We need to get some neuroscientists, psychologists, and shit like that to research that fucking shit. Something happens to humans when they install Linux. It's like you're going from just being a normal fucking human, normal everyday whatever, to, oh my god, a higher being just infused me with a higher intelligence, and everyone is beneath me. You know, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And the best thing, like, this is like the pinnacle of IQ. I use Linux because I hate telemetry and data collection. Let me go on to Instagram on my Android or iPhone and look at Twitter and, hey, what about that fucking Discord thing that I'm part of also, and all my YouTube channels and my live streaming channels, and also using Amazon to do my shopping and stuff, and also using DoorDash and all those other things. But fucking Linux and data collection, yeah, I'm a fucking superhuman. I figured out how to not be fucking probed by Microsoft. Yeah? Congratulations. I close my phone inside the microwave when I get home. Or close my phone. Yeah, that don't, sadly, don't. It only works if you then turn on your microwave. They start to decorate their room with penguins and waifus. Yeah. I'm not doing anything with VBoss Central. I have no idea what that dude have been up to. Like, I don't even know if he's making it. Honestly, I've not kept up with eBoss Central since the last time we watched it on the stream. I have 2 Linux videos coming either next week or over a week or 2 weeks. Do I still use Linux and the reality of using Linux? And then they will probably go like a month or 2 before I do anything with Linux again. Does he make his own videos? I don't know. Electricity is proprietary. Don't have it at home. Oh, don't tell me. That's a video I could see him make. Now I'm getting really curious. How about Reddit 1? I have not. I don't use Reddit much, to be honest. I look at it like 10 minutes a month or something like that. Let's see what eBoss is up to nowadays. Oh, she's kind of hot. I sent you a screenshot. Oh, how is how is that whole thing that you did on Reddit? What's happening here? Oh, I got a subscriber. Thank you. Oh God. So the last time I kept up with him was yeah, my response to DistroTube a month ago. Part 2, yeah, a month ago. The best just got better. Oh, he's really sucking the cock of fucking Gorada Linux. Linux for you. Let us see what you have. Linux for the viewer. What the fuck is this? Like, at least he stepped up his fucking thumbnail game. Blue Star Linux. So fresh take on KDE and Arch. Fresh take on Arch Linux. Okay. Linux gaming doesn't have to suck. Why should I use Linux? Windows and Mac OS works just fine. Oh, this is going to be fun to watch. Linux is just awesome. We will share this Linux setup, Team Linux. Oh God. Really? Linux can't be stopped. Best of March. Oh, dude. Linux is better than MacBook. Linux is better than Windows, but why? It's not better. Nothing is. Linux is not better than Windows. Windows is not better than Linux. Mac OS. It depends on what you need. Oh my God! Again, I'm getting angry just fucking reading his fucking titles. Manchao Linux is still art for human beings. Oh God. Linux for the veteran and new powerful customizable. Linux is everywhere, but so are corporations seeking control. Linux is a corporation. Linux is managed and developed by those corporations. Open source AI powered tools for synthesizing. Yeah, he changed his thumbnails. Yeah. He did good there. He did good. He actually changed a lot. Yeah. Holy shit. He does have a lot of views though. I just don't. So I want to do more Python. I'm doing something with neural network and AI and stuff. I want to talk more about that later this year. I want to go into maybe hardware a little bit and do more Windows stuff. I just don't want to deal with fucking Linux anymore. Is that lamer? Yeah, I just fucking can't, man. Like, it's not so much Linux. It's it's everything else than Linux that's the problem. If Linux had no community around it, I would be happy. But every time you look at a fucking Linux YouTuber, how many Windows YouTuber make videos like this? Windows is just better than Linux. Everyone should be running Windows, and you cannot ignore the community. The only way you can ignore the community is if you're doing nothing public with Linux. So for me to ignore the community means that I have to do what I'm doing right now, almost make no content about Linux. Because even if you don't... So here's the thing. Let me show you how crazy Community. So here, how do you use Windows? Okay? Nothing to do with Linux. Nothing. Not thinking about and asking them. Not meant to be a spicy comment or anything like that. I just want to know of the people that are watching that post, how do those people use Windows? Let's look at the 15 comment my little small insignificant channel got. I had to comment. I have to pin a comment. So I have to say this sadly. This is not about Linux. Have nothing to do with Linux versus Windows. I am asking Windows people how they use Windows. The fact Linux people have to come in and be like Linux Pro is just sad, really sad. I use Linux and Windows. Don't give a oh, what happened there? I did something I should not have done. I use Linux and Windows. I didn't ask you about Mac OS. I didn't ask you about Linux. I asked you about Windows. My personal machine, all one Linux Mint. I didn't ask about Linux Mint. With my hands, yeah. Computer Go Pro, yeah. Linux Mint, I didn't ask about Linux Mint or Mac OS. If you don't use any of those, you don't respond. Chat, classic jokes by me, yeah. You don't respond. If you don't use any of them, you just say, oh, this is about Windows. I don't use Windows. I walk away. You know? I don't, by the way, when videos about Windows being crappy OS. I talk about Windows being crap a lot of fucking times. I don't. Well, Casey, then you don't fucking respond. Neither. How? Explain to me how this makes sense. How does this make sense? Even when I don't make videos about Linux, I get Linux people, alphas, they are fucking not alphas. This is like, notice me senpai, this is what I don't like. This is why I don't like doing anything with Linux. Because imagine this here. Little innocent comments about probing Windows users. And you get Linux people like this. Just imagine doing Linux content. Even fucking... So here's the thing. When you're doing Linux content, you get kind of 2 or 3 kind of people. People that will stroke your cock while you're talking about Linux, and you stroke their cock. People that try to pretend that they are superior than you are and smarter than you are by writing a wall of text that has nothing to do with the subject that you're talking about. But because it's Linux Pro, we have to flex our fucking muscles, apparently. Or people that are just like, oh, bad video. First, useless comments. They want to let you know that they use Linux so they can feel... I don't... I just don't... I just don't. It's... Oh, God. I kind of want to make a video about how pointless YouTube comments have become the last 10 years. It's useless. I had one in my comment section that said something to the crap video. And I'm like, well, make a better one. And he got, oh, you don't understand it, you can't take criticism and stuff. Like, dude, making a statement is not being it's not giving me constructive criticism. Saying something smells or something is bad is not criticism, okay? That's just a statement, and I can't use that for anything. And then he went all fucking knucklehead fucking crazy on me after that. Oh, with 1% market via special... Yeah, Linux fan, type a wall of text and has nothing to do with the topic, just to flex. Yep. About Windows managers, yeah. We 1% of the market, but we make noise for 100%. Yeah, it's fucking, like, it's... I honestly, the only people that I can think about that is this fucking batshit crazy about something is vegans. Like those obnoxious, crazy vegans you see on Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that. Like vegan teacher and stuff like that. Like, they're the one that could go walking down the street and they see, like, a single mom picking meat out of a refrigerator and run up to her and yell to her face and judging her and all kind of fucking shit. It's the only comparable examples I have in real life about those people. Yeah, the vegans of the PC world, yeah. Yeah, vegans and Linux users have a lot in common. It's just fucking. You must be vegan Linux users. Maybe we should make like a YouTube channel called Vegan Linux User. Hey, Yogo. Maybe we should make maybe I should rename my channel to Vegan Linux User, or just make a channel called Vegan Linux User. That you're not a real Linux user if you're not also a vegan, and you're not a real vegan if you're not also a Linux user. And then just make fucking crazy conspiracy theories up about it. Like, when you're talking to Linux users about Windows and Mac OS, it's like talking to someone trying to explain to you that the lizard people is going to steal their kidney, you know, the next night if they don't sacrifice a left testicle to the lizard god. Okay, I get it. You have to cut out your testicles. I get it. Do the open source vegan. Yeah, that's a new dance. Accept their body size. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, DT, I don't think he's a vegan. He looks like a fucking serial killer, to be honest. He's a vegan with big guns. I fucking... I don't... I don't think any Linux users is vegan, to be honest. They are too fucking busy bitching and moaning about Linux and spreading the words of Linux to have any other interest other than Linux in their fucking... you know, life. The vegan gamer, yeah. I just. And there was a video I was making, and I made an observation about a problem with Linux. Yeah, Gardner, the vegan gamer, yeah. Again, yeah, the vegan gamer. So I made a video and I observed something about Linux did something crazy, and I was talking about, oh my god, this has been a problem for a long time and so on. Something to that nature. And one of the comments was that my hate towards the Linux community must have blinded me for what's going on with Linux and how good Linux really is. So I'm hating the Linux community so much that I cannot appreciate Linux anymore. And any technical criticism I have towards Linux is wrong because I don't like the Linux community. Okay. We eat grass because we never touch grass. Yeah. Basically, they're a cow. Imagine using a operating system on a computer that you built yourself or bought, and then you talk to a person and you say to them, oh, I have to go into Windows to do this thing. And they just go fucking batshit crazy on you for 30 minutes about why you should never use Windows and blah, 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 blah. And you're just sitting there, what the fuck did I do? did I kill someone? Did I insult their mom? What went wrong here? Can someone please explain to me what went wrong? What did I say? Like, they are talking to you like you fucking took away their boyfriend or girlfriend or something like that. And here's another thing. I can go on for hours about this subject. Then there is like rules and guides about when and how you become a true Linux user. So I have people coming to me like, yeah, but you've been using Linux for so long, why are you still using Windows? And you must not have been a real Linux user if you still use Windows. I didn't, but what? And then they try to do all of this fucking mental gymnastics, long commenting format to try and poke hole in all my arguments when their arguments makes no sense. Like, here's the thing, you know the saying, don't argue with a fool, they will beat you with experience. That's a Linux user. Don't argue with a Linux user because they have all the fucking crazy bad shit, unintelligent arguments ready already. And they're just mimicking what they have heard from someone. It makes no fucking sense. There was a guy that was trying to convince me that he was secure because he was commenting on my video through 2 computers. I don't care if you're going through 10 computers. Like, when I'm streaming to you guys, I'm coming through probably 10 computers. Holy shit. Linux is a religion, man. Come on. Ask Lamar. Show me the Linux version of an A directory. Yeah. If you're talking about gaming under Linux or something like that, they go directly to Elden Ring. Directly to Elden Ring. And I'm like, okay, what's the other example? Fallout 4. Okay, what's the other example? Skyrim. And what's the other example? They don't really know. Steam Deck. So running games on Steam. Here's the fucking amazing thing. Okay, getting a game to run on 800p resolution, 30 frames per second, on a low-powered hardware is not difficult. Running a game 60 frames per second with high settings on a 1440p resolution, 4K resolution is difficult. Okay? Windows do that better than fucking Linux. They're like, oh, Elden Ring runs better on Steam Deck, or this game runs better on Steam Deck than does on your Windows computer. Yeah, my Windows computer is also running it at 144 Hz with a 1440p resolution with ray tracing and all that fucking shit. Does your Steam Deck do that? Just asking. If it's not, we cannot compare them with each other. It's not the same thing. It's like fucking... Holy crap. I believe something is missing from my life since I get addicted to getting high on Linux. It's like a... But why? Why? Like, why? Why the fuck? Like, why? Why is it so fucking important to them? Like, I could understand it if they have spent a shit ton of money running Linux. I could understand it if they have spent thousands of dollars running Linux. Like, to some extent, I understand why the Steam Deck community is protective towards the Steam Deck, because they paid a shit ton of money for that device. So to not admit that they made a bad buying decision, or to make sure that people keep buying the system so they can get better games, they are going to be overly protective and overly positive towards the Steam Deck, just like Xbox gamers being protective and stuff like that over Xbox, and PS5 gamers over PlayStation for the same reasons. It's beneficial, and also they have a investment. They bought money into it, both with games and buying the peripherals and buying the machine and so on. Linux, you just fucking download and install. Okay, it don't. And here's the thing: if it don't work out for you, you have not wasted any money. You just fucking, install Windows or whatever. You're not you when you install Linux, you don't throw money out of the window if it don't work for you. So why the fuck are you this protective against it? Because a lot of people, and there's a lot of consumer psychology around this and stuff like that. When you buy something, you'll get a little bias towards it, because you don't want, or most people will not admit that if they buy something and they made a bad decision, they don't want to admit it right away. They are trying to, mostly for themselves, to sweeten it a little bit. I still don't know if I made the right decision buying the Intel Arc, CPU or GPU, because I have issues with it. Not a lot of issues, but still irritating issues. And it's like, did I make a bad decision or did I not? And then I'm like, well, I did sponsor Intel as a third party and stuff like that, and that's also true. But that's also a little bit of a sweeten the blow a little bit, because if I go and buy another graphic card, I have to admit I made a bad fucking buying decision. If I buy another graphic card. And that's not fun. I not wasted. I'm not saying totally wasted, because I got content out of it and stuff like that. But I haven't earned money on it or anything like that. So it is a little bit of a blow to the fucking balls. So I can understand that aspect of it. But Linux, yeah, most Linux users don't want to spend money on anything, to be honest. The Steam Deck is not needed in the current gaming development environment. That's bullshit. It's not. It's not needed. If you really want to say something that's needed for gaming, that's Windows, because that's where 99% of gamers are gaming, or 98%. They're gaming on Windows, so Windows is needed for those people. The Steam Deck is not a good standard base for PC development. That's, again, bullshit. I can kind of understand the underdog argument, but that should still not give you this kind of thing here. That should still not give you this kind of this kind of thing here. Because if you think about it, FreeBSD is the true underdog. Haiku OS is the true underdog. Linux is not the underdog anymore. It's $1 billion industry. It's not an underdog anymore. It's an underdog compared to Windows and Mac, but it's not an underdog in the OS world. It's top 3. So I kind of don't buy that. Geek points, yeah, probably. Beta males, alpha males don't exist in wolves. Have you no idea about biology then? Alpha male and beta male, that whole concept is to some extent built up about the hierarchy of how wolves exist. It's how every animal exists with it's built up about the animal world. Wolves, bears and stuff like that. Any animal. It's how the animal kingdom works. It's just human words put into traits that those kind of things have. Hardware standards are needed. Yeah. Monopolization bad. So I am rooting for the Steam Deck. Like, competition is always good. Competition is always good, and that's also why with the new Ally, or what the fuck is called from Asus, should be welcoming into the handheld gaming market, because it will probably make hey, best case scenario, the Asus ROG will give you a better, faster, and cheaper Steam Deck. That would probably be the outcome out of it. Where if the Asus ROG was not a contender, Valve don't have any incentive. University of Berkeley would disagree. So, you do know the term alpha dog, right? Think about that. Alpha dog. That's kind of the one of the originator of it. If you don't, if the University of Berkeley, which is University of Berkeley, not do they do anything besides technology? I did not think that they did like animal studies and animal psychology studies and stuff. I thought they were only about technology. But hey, I don't know much about the fucking stupid American educational system that's broken. So here's the thing with the American educational systems. It feels like they don't fucking teach them anything anymore. Like I have people that are starting to get a PhD in something. And I can go down to my work, or I can take a fucking kid off the street and they know more than they do about the subject that they're about to get a PhD in. They do know a lot about gender equality, though, and the patriarchy and stuff like that. They know about. If you run Linux, you're an alpha. So here's the thing. And this is true in everything in life. If you have to tell people that you're an alpha male, you're not an alpha male. If you have to tell people you're an intelligent person, you're not an intelligent person. If you have to tell people that you're a fucking greatest person in the sack, you're not the greatest person, the person in the sack. Because if you have to tell the world about how good you are at something, you're probably not that good at it, because if you really were that good at it, or really was that thing, everyone else would be saying it. You don't have to say it. You don't have to put it out there. It would already be understood. So every time I see someone coming into any social interaction with anyone and they are like, oh, I'm this fucking, this and that. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because if you have to say it and your friends are not saying it, and people that have met you for 5 minutes are not saying it, and if everyone you have ever interacted with is not saying it, or most of them is not saying it, there's a massive high chance you are not. If you need to say that you run Linux, you're not a real Linux user. Yeah. Because it should not matter. It should not matter. I know all of these fucking Sigma males and alpha males and all that fucking shit going on YouTube. It's just like, what they are doing, and I don't get why people don't understand this. What they are doing is that they are preying on immature, socially awkward, lonely people that don't have a lot of self-confidence and stuff like that. And they want to be like, the movie star. They want to be like this person that is successful in life. And then they see typically like a good-looking, fit guy with a lot of girls and saying, do this, do that, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. No. It's crazy. It's crazy. And also, we have to remember one thing. Alpha, beta, and all of that fucking shit, that's just words we have put on to a trait. So if you go into the animal kingdom, an alpha would be the leader of the pack, you know, the leading wolf, the lion in you know, the big fucking lion. That would be an alpha. You know. It's the top of the food chain or the top dog or the top leader in that group setting. That also means that you can be an alpha or you can be the group leader when you are around certain amount of people. But then when you get home to your parents, you may not be the alpha or the group leader anymore. You go to work, you may be mid, you know, social standing or standing in the hierarchy. Pecking order, call it what you will. It's a little bit dynamic, and the traits for human alphas, as it's called, is it's a fun thing to study. If you read the textbooks about what makes an alpha and a beta, and so on and so on, the lioness is in control of that. Not really. Like I said, it's a dynamic. Yeah, but they are also reliant on the lion, the male, to protect them and to provide them security, to provide them order, and to provide them offsprings and so on and so on. I saw the documentary with the Lion King, yeah. There are YouTube channels dedicated to quizzing American teens and young adults. It's sad to see how little they know. I don't think, like, if go to Europe and you'll see the same thing done, sadly enough. Run Steam better on Windows or Linux then? I think about signing and play on Steam. So Steam runs equally good on both platforms. Steam is not the issue when you want to game. It's do the game that you want to play run on Linux, and do they run good enough for you? AKA, do they have problems under Linux that they don't have under Windows? That's what you should be asking yourself. Steam would run on a toaster. It's an Electron app. Electron-ish app. I think they're using something else, but it's based around the same philosophy as Electron. Linux gaming is like 90s Windows gaming. Depends on the game. Like last live stream, and I have that in my video, the reality of running Linux, only 18% of the whole stream library is playable and verified. Well, 18% is verified plus playable. And it's about 50-50 with what's verified and playable. So 9% of the Steam game that works, so 50% of all games working on Linux is only playable. That means that you can install a game, you can play it. It don't say how good you can play it. Like the frame rate, it could be stuttering like shit. There could be frame drops. It could be running at like 20 frames per second. But you can run the game and you can play it. But not how well can you play it. And if you're going like verified games, like they play well, that's only about 9% of the total stream library. 9%. And that's numbers taken from SteamDB themselves. So you have a 9% chance of buying a game that will work really, really well under Linux. Most games are written for Windows. Guess where it runs best? Yeah, but what about Proton? Every Linux user, like, well, Proton, that's going to mitigate that. Proton is going to, it don't matter because we have Proton and blah, 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 blah. Of course it's made for Windows. But in their eyes, the Proton Pro. No, but if all the games you want to play, and this is where people get trapped. Let's say you only play 5 games. Maybe 3 games. Maybe 10 games. You could happen to play 10 games that all plays fucking well under Linux. So for you, if you play 10 games only, or of a select few games, you can game really well under Linux. 9% out of 50,000 games. I think the numbers we found last year was 50,000 games on Steam. So how many games is 9%? 9% out of 50,000. Is that only 400? What is 9%? 4,500 games that runs really, really well on Linux. So you have quite a lot of games that you can play. You can have over 1,000 games in your Steam library, and they could all run really well under Linux. But compared to all of the games, it's not a lot of games. So in my case, I have not a lot of games that run really good under Linux. I have a lot of games that run really well under Windows. I just happen to be one of those people that play games that apparently is not that Linux friendly. If you are playing any online games, it's better. You better wait until you get anti-cheat figured out under Linux. 1,000 of games, but they are mostly games like ARM and RPGs. If you're into current meta PC gaming, I do like ARM. I played ARM a lot back in the day. Yeah, there's a lot of Windows games not running on Windows, but as far as I understand it, you cannot sell a Windows game on the Steam on Steam that is not running on Windows. Like, why the fuck would you sell a game that's cannot run? Games are being taken out. Like, pre-releases and alpha releases are being taken off the store because they can't run on Windows. There's probably like 1 or 2% of games. Well, EA is not on Valve. We're not talking about EA. We're talking about Steam. Again, this is the argumentations with a Linux user. Let me redirect you over to something that has nothing to do with the conversation to make my point. Well, you're not making a point when we're not talking about the same shit. Or I will take it back. There are EA games on Steam. They used to not be EA games on Steam. They are now, that's right. But they all work under Windows because they are newer titles. They all run, install, and they're playable. They may not be stable, but they're playable. The same with under Windows, Linux. So it's What game? Okay, doesn't run well. Linux have about 5,000 games that don't run well under Linux. It's playable. So why are you not angry at Linux about that then? Doesn't run well. What is not running well? Can you play the game? Yes. Then it's running. That's over 50% of the games. Like that's. There are more games. There are 18% in total of games that are verified and run under Jedi Survivor. It's running. Right? People can play it still. It probably is buggy as shit and stuff like that because it's EA. But it's running. So over 50% of those 9,000 games here is like Jedi Survivor under Linux. Over 50% of those 9,000 games. So why are you not angry at Valve for putting them into the Steam database and say that they are playable? Because they are playable. They are just not running well. So if you're bitching and moaning about Steam having, or EA having a game on Steam that don't run well on the Windows, you should also be angry at Steam for making a database telling people that you can run a game on a Linux when in reality it means that it runs but don't run well, or maybe it runs well, so no. But you don't really know, it just runs. Well, Jedi Survivor runs on Windows, it just don't run well on Windows. So over 50% of those 99,000 games could be in that situation, or a lot of them could be in that situation, where you can install them and run it, but they don't run well. It's a typical Linux thing. It's not okay if they do it, but it's okay if we do it. Or it's not okay for. Here's the thing. You would not have said that if it ran under Linux. It would be a totally different conversation. So I say this to a lot of people. If you want to know if you have a good argument, turn it around. Turn it around. It won't launch, and I have tried it every time. Every EA touches turns into dog shit. That, yeah, well. Is there anyone playing Jedi? What did you call it? Jedi Survivor. Let's see if anyone is streaming it. Let's see if we can see if there's any feedback. Is this here? Player base. There you go. Right now there's 55,000 playing the game. So 50,000 people must have somewhat of an experience under the game right now. That's small. But again, that's probably more than under Linux. That's probably more fucking people playing this game right now than they are Linux gamers. Like, you have no argument here. Yeah, you may have to change to closed SQL. It's not a good example. It's not a good example because if this game ran this crappy under Linux, you will not be criticizing it. That's the issue. Let's pretend in a world where this game was a Linux-only game and it ran like this fucking shit here. You will see Linux users come out and protecting it like high heaven. Oh, it's a Linux-only game. Yeah, it runs a little bit like shit, but blah, 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 blah. It runs the same under Linux. What's the issue then? Proton will never be perfect. No, no, no. So this game is part of the Proton database for Linux to say runnable. Why are you not angry about that? That's giving people a really, really bad experience that want to game on Linux if they want to play this game. That will probably give them that bad of an experience that they are not going to try to game on Linux for at least 2 or 3 or 4 years. Like, when someone gets a bad impression, it's really difficult to get it away with it. Imagine you got your friend to install Linux, and they to play this game because it's under the database is vulnerable. They install it, they run it, and they have a crappy fucking experience. They are yelling and screaming, "This is a piece of fucking shit. Why the fuck did you do X, Y, and Z, get me to do this?" And then they are leaving. I'm never touching Linux again. That person will probably never going to use Linux again. Yeah, the Proton DB is raining its gold right now. Yeah, what does that mean? Because if you go into the gold section, some people it runs good for, some people it don't. Does one person need to have a gold experience, or do 90% need to have a gold experience? What is the criteria to be a gold experience? Yeah, that's you're proving my point. Like, you're proving my point. I don't get why more people are not angry at Valve. I don't get why more people are not bitching and moaning about gaming under Linux. But instead they're sitting there and saying, like, Hans Haar, what the fuck his name is. "Oh, gaming on Linux is so fucking great." And most of the video he talked about how bad gaming under Linux is. Which is actually really good because it gives people a representation of what's going on. But once different on video cards versus AMD GPUs, yeah, I could probably see that being the case. Yeah, that makes sense. That could definitely make sense because AMD is more, Linux friendly. It would be really funny if it ran better on Nvidia cards than AMD, to be honest. No, you're just talking like a typical Linux user. You don't make sense. Kinda. If you go into the database, the Proton database, go in here and do, and let's do Jedi. But what the fuck was it called again? Survivor. I can't see my keyboard from my fucking microphone. They tend to, beside performance issues, the game looks good and sounds great and feels great. So, I don't give a fuck about it running as shit, but when I stop looking at the crashes, it looks good, sounds good, it feels good. This is not a good recommendation then. Games only run at 20 FPS, and then you're giving it a Holy fucking shit! Come on, people. Come on. Come on. Oh god, you cannot do this. Come on. 1 hour on Linux. You cannot do this. The game stutters when I first launched it, but restarting the game seems to fix it. Oh, this is on the Steam Deck. Come on. Yeah, CPU prices are mental. Crashes every time. A question is not how many, but when. A lot of times people will have like fixes. I think this means that you need to do a fix with this icon up here. Yeah, only works with Clovis Eggroll. Yeah, so that's the fix up here. When you need to do a fix. So works with fixes. But here's the thing, if you're a gamer and you want to play a game, And people bitch and moan about this on Windows also. But when you're a gamer and you want to play a game, you don't want to go on to a fucking database like this and then put in the name of the game to figure out how to run the game. You know, see, there's different fucking Proton versions here also. There's a good amount of people that do install Windows on the Steam Deck. Can we even see what the most used OS on the Steam Deck? But the Steam Deck is the most used Linux device on what? Oh, okay, so most... Oh, this is really bad, by the way. So people only most people only game on Linux if they're using the Steam Deck and not the fucking not a Linux desktop. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? Look, if you are into computer science, if you're doing computer science research, AI research, neural network research and shit like that, I would be using Linux non-stop. If you're into computer repair, Linux is a great tool to gather lost data and shit like that. But those are really specific use cases. So, what was that? What is that? What was that called where you can have different OSs on a USB device? Because I want to make a USB device where I have like a cloning tool, you know, Clonezilla running Linux. I want a forensic distribution running Linux, and then I just want Ubuntu or something like that on it. Ventoy, yeah, that one. Because that makes sense for me to have that as a, you know, as a tool at work if a Windows machine should fuck up or something like that. I can go in and get the data without having to take out the hard drive and stuff like that. Or if I need to clone one hard drive over to another. You know, it makes sense to run Linux in those scenarios. And Linux is probably the best in those scenarios. I need to type that Ventoy in so I can remember it. But you know, you get what I'm saying here. Ventoy, right? Did I spell it right? I forgot the Y. There you go. Yeah, less than 2 million people game on Linux. Yeah, and there are about 190 million Linux users. 190 million desktop Linux users in the world. There are over 2 billion Windows users. I know 190 million, that's actually under 190 million, but 190 million seems like a lot, and it is a lot. But when you're comparing 190 million to 2 billion plus, it's the equivalent of finding a penny and $10,000. It's meaningless. You walk away from that fucking penny when there's $10,000 laying in front of you. What? Wait. And Steam, on Steam against 2. So the 96 is Windows, I take it. So they don't trust closed source software, okay? Get their asses off the internet. Don't use Facebook. Don't use any social media. I trust Microsoft and Adobe and Autodesk over any website I visit. I honestly do. Because here's the thing. I can just uninstall the fucking software. A lot of websites I need. Some people, they need social media websites. Like, if you're living off YouTube, you need fucking Google things. You know, Google AdSense. Probably having Gmail. You need a Google account. You need that shit. And not only that, no matter what fucking websites you're visiting, you're getting fucking tracked left, right, and center. This website here right now probably know how many cores and how much RAM I have on my computer. There are ways of websites can ping that shit, or not ping, but probe that shit. If I want to talk to you in the stream, I need a Google account. Yeah. And I know a lot of people, I have like a throwaway Google account. Yeah, but it's still associated with you. Or I'm using a throwaway email account that's still associated with you via your internet connection and the things that you do. You don't even need cookies. Like, they even if you delete the cookies, why? It's the same debate about fucking encryption. It's so, like, people they're like, oh yeah, I encrypt this folder, but I'm always working on that folder. It's always open. Then it's not encrypted. Then you have an unencrypted form of it in your memory. Well, it's actually not encrypted when you're working on it. Like, when you're opening up an encrypted file system, like when you're booting your computer in, your encryption is ineffective until you close down your computer and you shut it off. So if your computer is running 24/7, it makes no fucking sense to encrypt your hard drive then, because your computer is running on a unencrypted system that's only encrypted when it's off, because then it's encrypting it again. It's like closing your door when you go out, and not locking your door when you go back in. And then say, oh, I'm as secure as when I go out. No, because you didn't lock your door. It's really crazy. Oh yeah, the browser knows more about you than you could fucking imagine, man. Oh yeah, the ISP, like your ISP knows so much fucking shit about you. Like, it's not, like, the most scary thing is shops, in my opinion. Shops know so much about you. Your bank knows so much about you. Like, your bank probably knows things about you wish nobody would know, just from the way that you're using your money. And they are fucking using that information. And a lot of banks are selling that information. Credit card holders the same and stuff like that. That's fucking way worse than need to have a Microsoft account. Yeah, VPNs are fucking bullshit. There are so many videos on YouTube and articles that debunk the security of VPNs. I had to explain this to one in a comment. Like, a VPN is like, I'm taking a bag of money and I'm walking out of the door and 100 meters over the road and put it into a armored truck. The armored truck is the VPN, so the money is only safe as long as they are in the armored truck. Then the armored truck is driving over to the next city. Then someone else is taking the money out of the armored truck and going 100 yards over the street and putting it into their safe. When it's being used transport outside of the armored truck, it's not safe anymore. The only time you're kinda safe with a VPN is when your data is being transferred from you to another place. And it's not really safe there, but that's kind of when it's safe. Here. HTTPS is doing the same thing as a fucking... This here. This is basically a VPN. This is more secure than a VPN. You don't need, like, this is more secure. HTTPS is more secure than a VPN. The only thing a VPN is good for is pretending you are in some place you are not, which can also easily be debugged from the IP addresses the IPN is providing you. That's why when you see Netflix and you use a VPN or other streaming services, once in a while they pick up that, oh, you're using a VPN and they're throwing you out. That's because they know that you're not in the country that you say you're in. They know where you are. And they do that randomly. Sometimes they don't give a fuck. Sometimes they don't give you a heads up. Depends on how fast they can keep up with the new IP addresses the VPNs throw out. And they can scan them. But if they can do that, like, not really caring about and spending a little effort on it, just imagine if someone really wants to figure out where you are, putting a lot of money and effort into it. A VPN will only, like I said, it's a speed bump. It's just a speed bump. You know, you may get like a little amount of extra time to delete your porn stash or something like that, you know. That's all it is. Look at it as a speed bump. No, so here's the thing. If you really are going to talk secure, or what I would do. So, Faraday with a computer that's not connected to anything in the fucking world. No internet connection whatsoever. A house, another computer. Probably some random fucking person I really, really trust are getting the data from this computer and putting it into his hand. And we are meeting somewhere nobody knows, so he's putting it in places that, you know, we don't meet each other. He's putting it in, you know, I'm finding it and stuff like that. Taking that USB drive back in here and putting the data in here, burning the USB drive, hopping on it, stepping on it, it's never going to be used again. If I'm going to give this person data back, I'm taking another USB device, putting it somewhere out here that he's finding and putting that back in here. And when that's done, deleting it, it's never going to be used again. And even that is not fucking secure. Like, that's not even that secure, but it's way more secure than using the Tor network, VPNs, and all that fucking shit. Because this computer here, the only access this have to anything other than that itself is a USB drive where data is being connected to. And it's a new USB drive every transaction. So this one here is downloading all the Windows updates, all the Linux updates, everything into like a massive fucking trillion terabyte USB drive, or just taking your, you know, your porn stash from this computer and putting it onto a USB device and being put into the forest or somewhere where you're finding it and stuff like that. But just imagine how inconvenient it is to live like this. So if you want to, like, you can have the whole internet fucking downloaded. But if you want updated information, you have to, hey, Joe, can you Can you download the internet again and put it on a stick and put it into our place? Yeah. And then you over here is like, yeah. Let me go fetch that fucking USB device and go back and put it in here and then burn it into the fire. It's so inconvenient. It's so inconvenient. And you're so limited with what you're doing. This is probably what I would be doing. And you cannot be the same person here. Because then you are the connection between here. So if they know who this is, but they don't know where this is, let's say it's a random place every time. Let's say you have a random number generator, and depending on what the random number is, that is being put some specific place in on a quit, for example. And both of you, when he's generating a number, you are getting the same number. But then if they're getting this fucking device, they can see, okay, who is this device communicating with? This person over here. Like, here's the thing. If someone wants to figure out something about you, and they have enough money and enough time, they will. It's just a matter about how long that takes. We cannot, like, you cannot live in a, like, you can do a lot to you know, like, and this is just a really, really simplified way of how I would do it if it was in real life. I would probably do some other things differently, but you get the idea of if you want your computer to be way more secure than it is right now, you have to basically not be connected to anything. And any communication has to go through kind of like this here. So even if this guy here, or girl here, was taking tracking software out into the wood and you were picking it up and putting it in here, it won't matter. Because you are not connected to anything. You know, but imagine living like that. They use a lot of fucking shit. Yeah, someone with no security. Yeah, the least obvious person is probably the most trusted one to use. Because they are so, like, you know, they don't give a fuck, and they're like, yeah, nobody's going to use that idiot. Hash codes can be tricked also, by the way. There are ways of tricking everything in the world. You should not trust Canonical. You should not trust anyone. No company is your friend. No open source project is your friend. No one online that you don't interact with on a daily basis is your friend. It's the sad reality of it. Anyone where you are a user slash product slash customer, in the end, they will do what's best for the organization, what's best for the group, what's best for the development effort, what's best for the organization, what's best for the company, and so on and so on. And if that's being like, that specific person is not allowed in here anymore. They do. I trust Poppy. I don't know him. I don't trust anyone online. I don't know them. I can't validate them. I have no idea who the fuck they are. I could be a German motherfucker. I could be an Australian motherfucker pretending to be a Danish motherfucker. You know, there's a lot of motherfuckers that can pretend to be motherfuckers. It's a little bit different if you have to go and work with them all day and you get to know their families and stuff like that. I mean, he's just a fucking dude on the internet. That's all he is. Just a dude on the internet. And he seems like an amazing dude, a nice dude, a fun dude, a chill dude, but he's still just a dude on the internet. And we don't know. You know, we don't know what his real motives are, because he's just a dude on the internet. Lama, nobody can trust you with the fucking massive fisted asshole you're running around with, man. You cannot trust anyone 100% in real life either. If you think about it, trust is a lot about I choose to put a bet on that I can trust this person, because they're giving me a lot of indicators that I can. But that don't mean that you can trust them. You're putting your intuition, your data that you have collected on a limb and say, I'll go on a limb and trust this person. You know, it's a weird, trust is a weird thing. Because there's a lot of people that have lived together for decades and thought they knew each other, and end up they know nothing about each other. And one of them is doing outrageous fucking things that the other one didn't have any fucking clue about. If the guy looking at you in the mirror, well, you do know mirrors can lie, right? When I'm at the gym and I'm looking into the magic mirrors, I look like a fucking buff motherfucker. Red pill, no, the red pill. Oh god, no, that's a political fucking movement. Don't get into that shit. He caught me when the lady said, fell to your back. Yeah, that's a fucking stupid exercise. Because if you think about it, the social pressure that is that setting. Someone is like, you have to fall back and trust that they will catch you. But we all know that if they don't catch you when you're falling back, a lot of fucking bad things is going to be happening to those people. They will be yelled at, they will be ostracized, they will be looked down upon. You know, all kind of crazy things could be happening, and you would be mad at them. So they are under a social pressure to catch you. They're not doing it because they trust you, or they want you to trust them, or anything. No, they're doing it because they are under a lot of fucking pressure to do it. You know, it has nothing to do with trust. It's about pressure. When you really think about it, it's about pressure. Trust would be that if you randomly, if you want to use that falling backward, you are like, the HR person, like, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, you're going up to a person and you're failing towards them, and let's see if they catch you. That could be a good trust issue. Yeah, it's really weird. It's more a testament to, like, are you doing what I'm saying? You know, it's more like a control test. It's like, do as I say. You fall, you catch. That's the agreement we have with each other here, okay? So, if you don't catch, you don't fall, we will have a problem. Then you are a pussy for not falling. And you're also under a massive pressure to fall. Because if you don't do it, they will like, oh, don't you trust us? And you'll be ostracized, and you will be looked down upon, and there's a lot of consequences. I thought red pilling was just seeing things as they are and not as they... No, red pilling has been taken over. How can I explain this in a nice way? Red pill, blue pill, black pill, isms, and all that fucking shit. It's all politics. Seeing things as they are should not have a term to it. If you get what I'm saying here. Because if you put it into a box, That box now has rules. That box now have do's and don'ts. That box now have some form of leadership assigned to it to make sure that the rules is being kept. That box has, gatekeepers. Look at the incel community. Every time someone in the incel community get fucked, like not fucked, but get sex, they are now ostracized, looked down upon, yelled at, because they got sex, which is the whole point of being an incel, is that you want sex but you can't get it. So why are you not happy that he got sex? And that's because we are put into this incel box. So for it to mean something, we need to have rules and guidance and gatekeepers and upholders and all that fucking shit. Just call it, see it as it is, and don't put it into a box. When we put stuff into a box, it becomes regulated to some extent. So just so as simple as being, oh, you're a person from America, or let's just use America. Why not just be a person? Why does the America have to be associated with you? It has no influence on a lot of things to do with if you're just talking. Like when we are talking right here, right now, it don't matter where anyone is from. The only time it could matter is if we are talking about things going on in said country. Where, oh, well, I'm actually from here, or I'm actually from that place, so I know a little bit more about it. But beside that if you're talking about how to upgrade Fedora or OpenSUSE, it don't fucking matter where you're from in the world. And that should not be put on a label. Yeah, it's nice and easy, that's true. But it's also really dangerous. Because even labels that they put on people for good will always end up, not always, but a lot of times end up not being that good. Because now you are in a label that should be, in quote, protected, but then there's a lot of people that can use that label against you. Where you're just a human. You know, like, I have labels that society puts on me. But I'm just a human. Who gives a fuck about if I'm in that group or another group? Who gives a fuck? Like I said, I'm officially fucking handicapped. I'm mentally handicapped. Like, being autistic is now regarded as having a handicap. That don't mean anything if we're talking about if you're talking about using Chrome over Edge. It don't mean anything if someone is autistic or what fucking religion they are. It have no fucking impact on the conversation. Introvert, same, has no fucking, impact on a conversation about what is the best Linux distribution. Or is Windows better than Linux or Linux better than Windows? It's and that's good labels, oh, he's or she's an introvert, so we have to, give them special treatment, or we have to look out for them. So the label is meant to be good, but it can also be used badly because, oh, I don't want to talk to you because you're an introvert. Oh, why should I listen to you, an introvert? You have nothing to contribute to social issues then, or social talks then, and stuff like that. Oh, you're an autistic person, so you don't have any input on relationship or human interaction and stuff like that because you're autistic. Why should I listen to you? Get what I'm coming at here? Labels can be so labels are good when we're talking diagnosis. So if you go up and yeah, I have a broken arm, that's a good label to have on you if you have a broken arm. Or if you're bleeding out of your fucking nose or asshole or ear or something like that. That's a good label because that then means that you can get help and they know what to do to help you. So labels can be good, but that's it, that's... Arts with i3 via Arts is fucking bullshit. I haven't used Arts in a month. Let's see if... I don't know what fucking film that is. Yeah, I just find it really weird that online it's all about, or has become a lot about, the labels that we put on to ourselves. Like just look at Switch. It's really weird. Switch is basically a site based on labels. Oh, that music sounds really weird. Let's open up some live streamers here. They only have one label that's English. So if you're not an English speaker, if you're not an English speaker, you will probably not click that fucking label, that stream. Esport, if you're not into esport or English, you will probably not click, that's a label. France, Valiant, whatever that fucking means. If you're not into any of these labels here, why the fuck should I watch the stream? And that stream could be like, if I don't believe, or if I don't want any of these labels, why should I watch the stream? But even if I was a Spanish-speaking person, this stream could still be interesting to me. These are all the same fucking shit. Woman, who gives a fuck? Interactive. Every fucking stream should be interactive. You get what I'm coming at here. This site is driven by labels. Hype. And I honestly believe that because it's so label driven, it's also pushing people away, because hey, we can even see the labels here. Competitive English EU. I could be Spanish from China, not liking competitive gaming, but maybe this person, Nadia, what her name is amazingly fucking great and have an amazing personality. But because there's these labels on here, I'm now being pushed away. I hope I make sense here. E-girl, yeah, fuck. Again, probably female. All of this sounds fucking like a thought. You know, I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. But you get what I'm saying. But she could be the nicest, most amazing person whatsoever. But for some people, reading this, maybe even this, could be off-putting. And the reality is that if they actually went into the stream, talked to her, listened to her, they would fucking love it in there. The same with this here, and this, and this, and this here. I know they do it because, again, it makes it easy to find things that you maybe would be okay with, or be you know, find your place, so to speak. Here, why? I don't give a fuck about you being ADHD. But this is a little bit of attention because, oh my god, look at me, I'm special, chaotic. Again, she may be the most amazing, sweetest person in the fucking world, and we could have I could have a blast in there. But when I'm reading stuff like this, I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Because when you're using your mental health as a way of gathering attention, to me, that's really fucking bad. Because your mental health is an individual, personal thing. It should not matter to anyone else. And you should not use it as an attention seeking. That sounds a little bit narcissistic, to be honest. Like, I could probably put autistic tech guy on my thumbnails and titles, and I would probably get more views and subscribers from that. Because, oh my god, there's this fucking autistic idiot doing these things. Let's throw him a bone. You know? But to me, that's really, really, really narcissistic to do that, because you're using something personal to... Like, here again, these things here. Like, I'm not in this group of people. Am I not allowed in there, then? I do have a lot of friends in these fucking groups here, but am I not allowed in there, then? Or do I need to think a certain way to be to be in here? And again, she could be the most amazing, nice, fun, loving person that you can ever meet, and you will just fucking love every second of it in there. So yeah, this site here is a perfect example of how labels have fucking gone overboard in the name of good against autistic world. Yeah. Maybe I should rename my my podcast to that. That could actually be a fucking great podcast name. But yeah, I just, especially when it's personal things like your mental health status, your like, are you pregnant or waifu, or are you single, and you know, are you whatever fucking LGBT, whatever you are. When you're doing that, to me that sounds a lot like you are just seeking attention. And people that seeks attention tends to have really high narcissistic traits. And that bugs the living shit out of me. Because it's they don't care about whatever this ADHD people or anything about that, or LGBT, or this is a safe space. What they care about is how it makes them look. Or else they will not put it in there, because they will not give a fuck. So when people put those labels on, like, they do it to signal boost that, oh, I'm taking care of these people, or I'm looking out for these people, and that's only to make themselves look better. Isn't streaming on YouTube for hours on end attention seeking? I'm not saying attention seeking, but yeah, it is socializing, lack of social interaction, I will probably say. And not it can be, yeah, if that's your goal. But it can also just be that you want companions, or you want conversations. You know, you want a conversation, or you want when I say companionship, I don't mean like, you know, boyfriends and girlfriends and stuff like that. I mean, you just want social interaction is a proper better way. That's why I stream. For me, streaming is about the conversations and the social interaction, because I stream when I don't have anything else to do, when I don't have... So and this is just for me, of course. There's a lot of other people that do it for attention, but I stream when I'm not called it bored, but I don't have anything else that I want to do, and I want some social interaction. So instead of going to and get pissed or calling my mom, or, you know, a friend or family member, I just stream instead, because I feel I have better conversations here than I have with my family about these kind of things. Or if I just want to talk tech, or want to, you know, what is the new thing going on in X, Y, and Z community, or asking questions about my channel and stuff like that, it's a really good way of gathering information about that. So that's what it is for me. But yeah, I can definitely see that streaming is an attention-seeking endeavor. It depends a little bit. Like I said, it's the same with those tags, or those labels that people put on their live stream. There's some people, English is just, I think it's automatically put in there, but some people don't put any tags in there. Hey, Becky. I thought you were still fisting lamer. So for people that don't use tags in their streams, they are doing kind of what I'm doing. They're just doing it for the, maybe not the same things, but for things that don't matter. They don't do it for the attentions as much as they do it for just killing time. You get what I'm coming at. It's a little bit hard to explain. I'm also getting tired. But the extra bits, I'm on most X about this issue, guys, is using an issue. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Using an issue as marketing is not a good thing. I love my computer. All my friends saying it. Yeah. Now you're taking a break. Yeah, I bet his ass must be fucking wide as a hangar door right now. Yeah, we better be cool and collected and not be really socially awkward and creepy and recognize that girls actually exist and they are humans like everyone else, and we actually have one in here that's definitely not spanking Lamar or Lamar and using the Lamar lubricant and essential oils to fist and spank him every day. Definitely not what's going on. And there's definitely not fucking people right now having a massive boner because there's a girl in here. Definitely not. Never happened in the life of live streaming. I love saying this to every girl that I talk to that are live streaming. It's like, you do know that there is a really high chance that in one of your live stream, some guy has masturbated like a crazy person to your stream. They probably shot the fucking load so hard that a brick wall would be falling over them right now. It's just statistics. It's just statistics. What if there was a girl here the whole time? Yeah, who knows? 50% of male watches female live streamers to spank into this stream. Maybe not 50%, but it's the law of averages, or the law of... Well, we have Laura in here. She's a fucking girl. Hey, there we have Lamar. He speaks, so he's not totally fucking useless after being fucking used and abused. Maybe he's taking a break from his Lamar cosmetic line and going to preach a bit of Linux to us. Lamar has kinda fallen from grace a little bit. He has not preached much about Linux the last couple of weeks. I'm working behind on the stream. Oh, you love to be behind, huh? Yeah. I get it. You love it from behind. I see how it is. Yeah, working on that back end. Yep. And you have like Becky standing there with the whip and the Lamar essential oils and lubricants from his top-end product line, ready to be applied as needed. I see how it is. I understand. We get it. Every time I get in the elevator, I lose service, and when I talk to someone, I pause the stream. Are you one of those fucking... Don't tell me you're one of those creepy assholes that are running around with their phone all the time just to watch a fucking YouTube video or something like that. And then when some human from the outside is like... Or in the real world, it's like... We better talk to that person to see if he's going to go mental and shoot everyone on this floor and like, hey, are you okay? Hi. And then you had to pause, look up and say, hey, look down again and put play. Like you walking around with like ticking time bomb vibes right now. Okay, when is Lamar going to get fucking batshit crazy with his fucking moisturizer and facelifting cream and just fucking go nuts? I'm watching this stream on Google Glasses while driving. Are they still a fucking thing though? Like a Google Glass is still a thing. A value pouch. Oh, they just recently stopped. Oh. As of March 15, 2010, we are no longer selling Glasses Enterprise Edition. What the fuck is that? Oh yeah, they fucking are. You play in the background through the elevator. If my headphone detects my voice, it pauses. Yeah, of course it will. So many stereotypes here mentioned are not true. Yes, they... Come on. Stereotypes are built around things that are commonly true. They are a stereotype because it's something that the majority of that type of people do. That's why it's a stereotype. You know, it's an amplification of a type. You're probably the worst of them. Oh, they're killing the Enterprise. I mean, we are... Yeah, there must not be a lot of money left into it. I would love... What we need. This is what we need now that Lamar has gotten really good... or Lamar Cosmic has gotten really good internet. I need to do a podcast with Lamar Cosmetic and Becky called Linux the True Love Story, or something to that nature, about how a penguin and an operating system managed to put together two of the kinkiest people in the world, one with the spanking potential of an Olympic athlete, and another one a preacher and owner of a multi-billion-dollar cosmetic company called Lamar, and how they are spending their free time in a dungeon of doom using Lamar products to ease the not suffering, but exploitation of lamers behind and front and side and ups and downs and balls and whatnot. I think you will consent to be part of said podcast. There's no need for webcams. I don't think the world can truly appreciate or comprehend or even fathom if they could see Lamer and Becky in the same picture and understanding what will be going on later that night in the Dungeon of Doom. While Lamer is shouting the gospel of Linux, while Becky is silently and erotically smearing his ass in with Lamar lubricant and then spanking and fisting him afterwards. I don't think that would be a good thing for the world, but yeah. But you can definitely be on without having a webcam on. Just use some of the Lamar products to, like, you know, spice yourself up a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure it will happen, yeah. It has to happen. It has to happen. Okie dokie. How to deploy, how to use your device. A Pornhub podcast. Maybe Chatterbait will be better because that's live. You know? Chatterbait will probably be better. No. You use Chatterbait to funnel users into your OnlyFans. Chatterbait is your marketing for OnlyFans. Just like YouTube is your marketing for your OnlyFans and your friendly or fanly or what the fuck it's called, and Instagram and Twitter. By the way, follow my Instagram, my Fanly, my all my vids channel, and my Chatterbait channel, and my Instagram. I said Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. Just click my link tree down below and you will get Unix porn also. Yeah. Click my link tree down below and you will get all my links to all my social medias and explicit exclusive content sites and so on and so on. MySpace, yeah. Bulletin boards. I like Chatterbait. Chatterbait is nice. It's nice talking to a girl while you're masturbating to her. Fucking amazing. MSN Messenger, yeah. Yeah. It's nice. Becky Boo. If you keep calling her Becky Boo, I think you are going to boo a lot tonight. Just like... Yeah, it's a thing nowadays. Lame Matthias, yeah. Oh my god, we need to make a mug, like a coffee mug, that says Lame Matthias, and then have a picture of Becky with a whip in her hand. Oh, that could be so good. It could be so good. It's so good. Oh my god, she's nice to Lamer. That's not good. You know what they say? If they are nice now, they're going to be even worse later. Oh god. Oh, Jeebus! What have you done to us? Yeah, look in the woods nearby for a stack of adult magazines. Yeah, that... I actually found... when I was like 12 or 13 or something like that, I was walking out in the woods. And randomly there, a fucking nude magazine was laying, you know, in a opening under some leaves. It's just like, okay, what the fuck is this? And it's been there for a while because it was soaking wet. It's just rained, so it was not like jizz all over it, you know. Like, okay, I guess that's a thing now. I have no fucking idea. So yeah, I found my first porn mag in the fucking woods. Yep, things people born before the 90s will experience, yeah. Well, I was born before the 90s, but it happens in the 90s, yeah. It happened in the 90s. That was an experience. I remember when we had floppy disk at school and we would download porn pictures. Forget about movies, but porn pictures and saving them on the floppy disks. And when I'm talking about porn, it's not like inserting shit into crevices and stuff like that. It's just like, you know, a nude lady or something like that. Maybe she would spread her legs. And you could have like 10 pictures or something like that on a floppy disk. And then you went home and you had to wait for it to load on your screen. And it was just like, oh, boobs. Yeah. Oh my god, I can see her legs now. Oh, vagina. Yeah, it's yeah, those 320 by 240 nudes. Yeah, that was the fucking day, man. Pixelated like a motherfucker. Yeah, 1.4 megabytes of pure fucking floppy disk space. Just imagine the fucking quality of those pictures. Sometimes if you hit yourself really hard back in the head, you could kind of see a nipple. Oh yeah, Janeway, 7 of 9. Yeah. Spice Girls and what have we not. Yeah. Pamela Anderson going nuts. Oh yeah, I helped the IT guy one day. I was bored in the at recess. He was sitting at a computer with like a stack of fucking floppy disks. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm installing Windows, and he was a little bit busy. Can I help? Yeah, when this message come up, insert floppy disk, you just take the first one, you know, the one on top of the pile of floppy disk and put that in and wait till it says it again. So just sitting there waiting for him to say insert next floppy disk, ding 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 ding, enter, next floppy disk, enter, next floppy disk, enter. So I helped him install Windows like that. Yeah, ZX Spectrum, yeah. Yeah, who had nudes and who had found their fucking dad's porn mags and stuff like that, yeah. Gillian Anderson from X-Files, yeah, she was fucking spank materials in the 90s, yeah. Yeah, she was definitely, She was definitely one of the big ones. She was like, nerds really went into her, like massively into her. Holy shit, my internet is going crazy. The stream saying the audio stream current bitrate is 0. So apparently I'm not speaking to you guys. And I have everything set. This is why I hate streaming on YouTube. I have everything set as recommended. But it's still just fuck up. I have no fucking idea what... Yeah, it's the software. Like, it's the dashboard just being YouTube dashboard, I guess. I have fucking no idea what it's up to. It's YouTube being YouTube, I guess. I have no fucking idea, man. It's really weird. Really strange. Good old Goggle. About advertisement business. How search works. Business. What is business? Oh, find your company online. Earn money. AdMob. Okay. Is that like a mobster site for advertisement? Settings. Search settings. Advanced settings. What the fuck is search settings? Oh, results per page. Oh. Save search. Fuck that. Yeah. Appearance. Dark theme. Interesting. It's a dangerous thing. It cannot be more dangerous than Becky with a whip. I kind of want to, like, search history. Ah, we can't. Oh, fuck. I thought we could see all the search terms that we have used. Ah. I know you can customize this background image here to be dynamic. How do you do that? Oh, it's right here. So fucking stupid. Let's do Cyanic Seascapes. Refresh daily. There you go. Bubble. History by act. Yeah, but I think you need to be logged in to do it. Landscapes. What do they have down here? Let's do landscapes. Refresh daily. There you go. Done. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, you could probably do it up here in history. Yeah. Go in there and see what's happening. Look at this fucking picture. Why do we have LGBTQ artists? I don't give a fuck who the artists fuck. Just give me some nice pictures. Is it really that difficult? Let's do Seascape. I haven't used this before. Yeah, they probably do some amazing fucking art, man. I'm not doubting that for a second. But labels, we just talked about labels. Okay, we just talked about labels here. Labels are bad and gay. Amazon DE. Can I get Amazon UK? There you go. Accept them cookies. Continue. Ooh, hello, lady. My lady. No, I used the UK one. So Amazon, when you buy from Amazon, if it has it, even if I use the UK site, it will still be shipped from Germany. And you can also buy stuff from the UK. So if it's if it can't be shipped from Germany, it will. If it can't, the things from UK will be shipped to Germany and then be shipped to my place. But I have to pay a little bit of import tax from the UK. It's only stuff that you can't, because the UK store have way more stuff than the German store have. But some things are sold is from France and stuff like it's all over EU basically. The UK store just have more stores in it to be, you know. Yeah, EU warehouses. Yeah. But the UK sites takes all of EU and the UK, so you get a better, a broader selection of things. And then it applies taxes where needed. So if it's from the UK, it will apply taxes, and then, you know, that's it. Yeah, Amazon is, yeah. I just did my second order today, and I'm like, there's so many fucking useless, useful shit on Amazon. Like, I will never buy like a graphic card or a motherboard or anything like that. But a lot of, like, you know, cables and organizers and shit like that, I will buy on Amazon. Like, I just bought an organizer for my not wallet, but my pockets, and I bought like a cable holder with adapters and stuff like that for phones and tablets that also can be used as a SSD card reader and shit like that. Oh yeah, it's way better than AliExpress. Yeah. And you can get a lot of the same shit in there. Like, I wouldn't mind buying cables and like stuff like this here, like chargers and stuff. I wouldn't, and you know, wall mounts. I would not mind buying those at all. Just make sure that you get an EU charger, not a UK charger. Then you need an adapter. They have a lot of yeah, cable in stores, they are really overpriced, yeah. Yeah, UK plugs looks like a happy man with a thong out, or titties and a penis. You know? Depends on how you will look at it. But I don't even know if you can get this in an EU plug, to be honest. You should be able to, though. What if we do EU plugs? Ugh. Here you go. This is converters. You probably have to go to Amazon DE to get the EU version. What if we go on to DE? There you are. And let's do Anchor. Yeah, so stuff like this here I will probably buy on the DE side. Anything that has to be plugged into the wall. We can't get much anchored things here in Denmark, to be honest. It's always other fucking weird brands that they have. It's really like, it's really select few shops that sell Anchor products, and also they don't have that much of a selection. So this one down here I kind of want. This is not bad. It's kind of expensive though. Amazon choice. Yeah, native extension lead. That you're right there. Yeah. This is kind of cool. P. This is also cool. Kind of looking for like a better phone stand, maybe with a charger in it also. Yeah, like Denmark is weird. It's so something that's really like hard to get in other places in the world, like America and stuff like that. We have a lot of here from crazy countries, and then the most common thing that you like, okay, this is so fucking popular in the States and stuff that you must have that. We don't have it in Denmark. But if it's some product from some fucking obscure country in some obscure places of the earth, we probably have it somewhere, or either in Sweden or Norway. But if it's like something that's really, really popular in the States or in the rest of Europe, well, we can't really get it in Denmark. We have to go to like Germany and stuff like that to get it for the most part. It's really strange. I have no fucking idea why that is. I really cannot get my head around it. Yeah, I have wireless chargers for my phone, but my wireless, I also have wireless charger for my headphones, but it's underneath my my monitor. So if I want to use wireless charging, I have to either lay my phone under my monitor or put my earbuds on the stand under my monitor. So I can't really put anything on it on other than, I need to purposely put things, I cannot by mistake put on it, but also the wireless charger I have, if metal gets on it, it automatically shuts off. There's metal detection on it, or anything that is not chargeable, it detects it and shut it off. But it's some fucking Chinese brand I got from a Danish site. Like I said, it's some fucking no-name whatever fucking brand, and they have a lot of them, and it was kind of cheap. But if I want stuff like this here, I probably cannot find it in Denmark. Or if it is in Denmark, I have to pay double the price. Because it's an Anker. Again, I have no idea why it is like that a lot of times. Like if you're into backpacks, which I think I have a backpack fetish. A lot of the most popular backpacks that everyone is going out and buying and stuff like that, you just can't get in Denmark. But like cheap, like fucking brands from Germany and Sweden, and we do have Sweden, of course, and stuff like that, but cheap ass fucking backpacks that you have probably never heard the manufacturer of and stuff like that. Plenty of those, and of course we have North Face and stuff like that, Osprey, but other than them, it's really hard to get get Jack Wolfskin and Osprey. We have Osprey. We don't think we have a lot of Jack Wolfskin. But like Miltech and shit like that, like those stores or those discount or knockoff that makes everything as cheap as possible and make a shit ton of it. We have all of that in Denmark also. We're getting flooded with it. But 511, Alpha 19, Belroy, and all of those exotic, really, cool, desirable backpacks. We have Thule, of course, because it's a Swedish brand. But if the desirable backpacks or the desirable brands are not either German, Swedish or Norwegian, we probably don't have them in Denmark. Which is really weird. But if you go to Germany, a German site, you can get them. Or if you go to sometimes Swedish sites or Norwegian sites, you can get them. It's just Denmark. I don't know if it's because of taxes importing shit to Denmark that it's a tax issue. It probably is. I don't know. But here's the thing: if I buy something in Germany, I don't have to pay taxes for it because it's in the EU. We don't pay taxes buying shit from each other in EU. No, not about trading rules. It makes no sense. Like I said, and the few shops that do have, like Ebony stock, just to use backpacks as an example here, you're paying like 50% extra or something like that because they know people will pay it because they can get it like the next day. Where if you buy it in Sweden, depending on where in Sweden, or if you're buying it in Germany, we have to wait like up to a week depending on how far down it is and what their shipping systems are. Or else you have to pay quite a lot of money to get it shipped. Where in Denmark it's kind of cheap to get it shipped and you get it the next day. But yeah, I don't know why we shops buy a lot of fucking shit that nobody wants, and the shit that they really, really want we can't get. It's really weird. It's really strange. I did not know they made 3D printers. Oh, that's some shoes for Becky here. Pencil case, okay. I can if you had like a shit ton of money, I can definitely see someone spending a lot of time on here. Like if you had like 1,000 euros just to waste, you can definitely get them wasted on Amazon. Really fucking easy and fast though. Well, the more money you have, the more you can spend, It's not fun to just spend like $10 or stuff like that. I hate shopping. Like if I'm buying something online, I hate just buy something for like $10 or $20. I kind of wait for the most part until I have to buy a lot, so I can buy a lot at the same time, so save up or something like that. Or wait until I can buy them all, more than one. Because you're saving on transportation. A lot of times you are saving on the shipping cost also. Sometimes you can you even buy so much you get free shipping. So I like to wait until I have to buy more than one thing. I fucking hope my I will probably come next week, my motherboard and stuff like that. And then I think next month I'm going to buy the CPU. And then the month after that, maybe the power supply and a 2 terabyte gaming hard drive, and then I need the fans and I can build my computer. I'm done. So in like 3 or 4 months, I can build my computer. I kind of like this one here. I kind of want that one. I'm going to bookmark this one here. This is not bad either, though. And it's an Amazon choice. Oh, your boss? Okay, well, I will bookmark that one also then. I think this is too big. Yeah. Oh, we already looked at this one. Or this is a more spiced up version of it, I guess. So I have a Samsung watch. I don't know if this one works with that though. Yeah, I think I would just stick with this one here. I may even buy this one later today. Or maybe tomorrow. Yeah, it depends. Like, I still have, I still have the ARC graphic card, so I don't need a graphic card here and now. But if it keeps acting up, like, it gets better every update, graphic card update. But if it gets, if it's not better when I upgraded my computer, I may buy a graphic card. If there was a YouTube channel that just showed random people shopping on Amazon, I would watch. Maybe we should do that one day. Like spend like 100 euros on Amazon in a live stream. And then do then buy it and then do an unboxing video of it when it comes. That could be fun. Yeah, Becky, yeah, she's saying yes because it's about spending money. Do it. Yeah, I can't. If I'm going to do that, it has to be after I upgraded my computer. Then I have money to do it. It could probably be something for the computer and something for the desk and stuff like that, Maybe a mouse mat, maybe a tablet holder, some coasters to put my coffee on could be a fun thing to buy in there. What else do I kind of want that pen holder could be a good idea. Maybe some cleaning supplies. Yeah, the secret cabal, that's, yeah. if only there was a secret cabal holding us ransom. No, groceries, that's groceries, like food and stuff like that, right? There is some laws in EU that we can't transport food, or some foods we can't transport over borders, like meat and vegetables. Meat and vegetables, I don't think you can transport over borders. I think that's it. Again, it depends on what kind of produce it is. Some meats you can, some meats you can't, and some vegetables you can, and some you can't. I think frozen stuff is okay. It's really weird. I heard somewhere that you cannot, like, I think someone told me that you could not go to Germany and buy fresh bread and take with you to Denmark. But you can buy, like, pre-made bread, borsted up bread. Thanks, Becky. And thank Plexus, we got nice room temperature men's meat. So yeah. Yeah. Well, we have to set up like a shopping spree one day then. That could be fun. Milk and cheese is a problem. Yeah, milk and cheese. Yeah. Again, it depends. It depends on what kind of milk it is, because if it's like condensed milk, or not condensed milk, but you know, milk in it is how it's stored, in what containers it's stored in. So like if you get milk in like, you know, proper containers, you can probably take it over. And if you get cheese in long lasting containers, you can probably also buy them. I don't know why there's no sound effects going on or anything like that. It should be coming. Maybe YouTube is fucking tired. I don't know. There it is. Just took forever. But anyway, it's 20 minutes to midnight. I'm getting tired. I want to stop right now. I also need to figure out why my computer fucking froze up on me, well, 5 hours ago. In Canada, their milk is stored in plastic bags in the shops rather than bottles. In plastic bags? How the fuck is that working? Yeah, cheese smuggling. Wow. Cut the bag open. Are we going back in fucking history here, or what the fuck? That sounds really strange. Wow. That sounds so fucking outdated, man. Like, I'm getting flashback to like the milk guy coming up to the, you know, to your house with the milk glass containers and shit like that. They probably have some fucking environmental excuse for doing it. Yeah, but anyway, peeps, I'm going to leave you and get something to drink. And maybe go to bed. I'm a bit tired. So yeah, see you all later. Have a good day. Bye-bye.